Urgent question. Shadow Secretary of State, Right Honourable Andrew Mitchell.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister if she will make a statement on the situation in Ukraine?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Member for bringing this urgent statement, which of course is so critical. As the House is well aware, Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine poses a significant threat to Euro-Atlantic security and has struck at the heart of the international rules-based system upon which our security and prosperity depend. UK support for Ukraine to defend itself against Russian aggression is ironclad. Ukraine's incursion into the Russian Oblast of Kursk has proven once again what Ukraine is capable of, but its armed forces remain under considerable pressure on the front line, particularly in the Donbass. And Russia continues to bombard Ukrainian cities and civilian infrastructure with missiles and drones. The UK will continue to do everything we can to step up and accelerate our support, to keep the pressure up on Putin's war machine, and to hold those responsible for Russia's illegal actions to account. On the day that the new government was appointed, the Prime Minister, Foreign Secretary and Defence Secretary spoke to their Ukrainian counterparts to underline our support. Within 48 hours, the Defence Secretary travelled to Odessa, where he announced a new package of military equipment and pledged to accelerate the delivery of previously announced military aid. During the NATO Washington summit, the Prime Minister committed to provide £3 billion a year of military support for Ukraine until 2030 to 31, or for as long as is needed. Allies also agreed a significant package of support and agreed that Ukraine's pathway to NATO membership is irreversible. On the 18th of July, the Prime Minister hosted President Zelensky and European political community leaders at Blenheim, where 44 European countries and the European Union signed a call to action to tackle Russia's shadow fleet, which is enabling Russia to evade international sanctions. Prime Minister and President Zelensky also agreed a new defence industrial support treaty which enables Ukraine to draw on £3.5 billion of UK export finance. Yesterday, I'm sure the House will want to be aware that the UK-Ukraine Digital Trade Agreement entered into force, which will make digital trade between our two countries cheaper and easier, boosting both our economies. In summary, Ukraine remains high on the agenda, including with our international partners. The Prime Minister discussed Ukraine with Chancellor Scholz and President Macron last week. The Defence Secretary will attend a meeting of the International Ukraine Defence Contact Group on the 5th of September, and we remain in close discussion with Ukraine on the support they need to prevail. Thank you.
Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting this urgent question, and may I also thank the Minister for her response. The whole House, Mr. Speaker, condemns and continues to be appalled by Putin's illegal and outrageous attack on a neighbouring foreign state. We condemn the missile and drone attacks launched by Putin against Ukraine in recent weeks, which targets critical infrastructure ahead of winter and murders Ukrainian citizens. Tragically, a missile strike the week before last killed a British national, Ryan Evans, who was in Ukraine working for Reuters. He and his friends and family are in our thoughts today. On these benches, we welcome that negotiations have been initiated for contracts under the recently signed Defence Export Support Treaty. This is a positive step. Increasing Britain's defence production remains a national priority so that we can provide more weapons to Ukraine and build up our own stocks. In government, we made clear that appointing a defence production envoy with a direct line to the Prime Minister would be an effective way of helping to realise that aim. I would be grateful if the Minister could update the House on whether the government intends to see that plan through. Above all, the government must continue, as its predecessor did, to press our allies to go further and working closely, particularly with Germany and France, as well as the American government, to procure the vital supplies that Ukraine must receive. The countries supporting Ukraine are able to leverage a collective GDP and a combined defence budget many times larger than Russia's. Will the Minister confirm that we are pressing allies to follow the UK's multi-year funding commitment for military aid? Turning to the situation in the Kursk region, we agree with the government that Ukraine's right to self-defence against illegal Russian attacks under Article 51 of the UN Charter does not preclude operations inside Russia. Furthermore, together with our allies, we must equip Ukraine so that they are not hampered in their ability to degrade the Russian war effort before it is fully deployed. Mr. Speaker, it is our intention as His Majesty's opposition to help the government as they in turn take all the necessary decisions to secure advantage and victory for Ukraine. But in giving that support, we expect the government to continue the firm and clear leadership demonstrated by the last Conservative government.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want, first of all, to share in the condemnation of those appalling Russian attacks, as was mentioned by the Right Honourable Member. He talked about the impact on critical infrastructure and indeed on a British national. I think the whole House would want to send our condolences to his family and share in the sorrow at such a dreadful incident. But of course we've also seen other appalling attacks, including on other forms of civilian infrastructure as children are returning to school in many parts of England. Today, we of course also are seeing children returning to school in Ukraine, but we saw a 14-year-old girl killed on Friday in Kharkiv. We saw a children's rehabilitation centre also being attacked through Russian aggression just over the last few days. We are absolutely determined that we will continue that rejection of Russian aggression. He talked particularly about the need to ensure that we have that provision of armaments. We are seeking to ensure that we have a National Armaments Director so that we are having that prioritisation. He also talked about the need to be working with our allies, and I did mention in my statement, but I will underline again the fact that the Prime Minister has prioritised this. Of course, he discussed this in detail with Olaf Scholz, also with President Macron as well. This clearly was absolutely critical at the European Political Community meeting as well, and the agreement that was come to with that call of action against the Shadow Fleet was incredibly important, covering the EU and many other European countries as well. He talked about the need for a multi-year approach to this, including from our allies, and of course we will continue to advocate for that. That multi-year support is critical for the UK. We've been very clear that we will extend that until 2030 to 31, or indeed for as long as it is required. That's an incredibly important commitment made by the new UK government. And then he also talked about the actions that we saw taking place in Kursk. The Right Honourable Member is right. Those actions were defensive actions. They would not have taken place if we had not seen the illegal invasion of Ukraine. And therefore, he is completely appropriate in the language that he used to describe them. When it comes to equipping Ukraine in that defensive activity, of course we will continue and indeed have intensified commitment towards that. I was pleased to hear his commitment to cross-party working on this. Of course, my party was determined to ensure we had that cross-party working when in opposition, so I was pleased to hear him affirming that from his new position on the opposite benches. And indeed, we will ensure that we prioritise our support for Ukraine in the future, and I hope he will be working with us in ensuring that. Thank you.
Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In anticipation of this urgent question, I asked a constituent friend of mine who's currently in Kiev what questions I should be asking the Foreign Secretary. And she will be, of course, very reassured that we are increasing the amount of armaments and weapons being sent to Ukraine because they're in desperate need for that. But overnight, Kiev was hit 20 times by missiles. And the overwhelming question that she wants me to ask is what pressure can the UK government put on the Americans to allow the Ukrainians to hit the missile sites in Russia?
Minister.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for raising these matters, and clearly her contact with that constituent has been incredibly important to understand the situation on the ground. I know that she has a deep understanding of these foreign policy matters as well. The UK is well aware that the US has committed $105 billion in support for Ukraine. It also announced that at the NATO summit at the beginning of July of this year that Germany, Romania, the Netherlands and Italy would be working with the US to provide Ukraine with 5 strategic air defence systems. We've very much welcomed sustained bipartisan US support for Ukraine, which has been absolutely key in the international effort. And I know that the United States will want to continue that support into the future, and certainly we in the UK will be doing all that we can to ensure that remains the case. Thank you.
Lib Dem spokesperson Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign The Foreign Secretary has spoken of his warm relations with the running mate of Donald Trump, J.D. Vance. And it is just as well, because Vance has said previously that he doesn't really care what happens to Ukraine one way or another. While Russia's Deputy Foreign Minister is talking about changes to Russia's doctrine on the use of nuclear weapons, Vance is joking about how Britain is somehow the first Islamist country with nuclear weapons. Can the Minister tell the House what efforts the government is making to rid Vance and some others in the Republican Party of the idea that the security of Ukraine and the security of Europe is somehow not important to the security of the United States?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clearly not for us in this House to speculate about hypothetical scenarios. Decisions about the US election will, of course, lie with the American people. And I would underline to him that the UK and US have been steadfast allies, working closely together on foreign policy issues, defence matters, for over a century. That is applied with leaders of all political stripes in the White House and in Downing Street Parliament and Congress as well. We will welcome and continue to welcome sustained bipartisan US support for Ukraine, including passage of the supplemental funding package, which has been absolutely key to the international effort. Thank you.
Vice Honourable Friend. She did touch on the issue about stockpiles and armaments and missiles, and as she knows, we've had a long-standing problem in terms of those stockpiles. Could you say more about what work is being done now to ensure that those stockpiles are increased and that we can supply more to Ukraine?
So I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for raising that issue, and we will continue to work very hard to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs to defend itself in the face of Putin's illegal aggression. As I mentioned in my statement, of course, the Prime Minister has committed to £3 billion a year of military support for Ukraine until 2030 to 31, or for as long as is needed. And that means that the UK has committed almost £12.7 billion in military, humanitarian and economic support for Ukraine since 2022. But I want to be clear that we are stepping up our military support. That's included via a new package that was announced by the Defence Secretary in Odessa early July. That was very, very soon after the election. That includes, for example, more artillery guns, 250,000 ammunition rounds and 90 precision brimstone missiles, because the stockpile is indeed important, as he mentions.
Fire of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
It seems to me that if you're attacked by a demented bear, you either run away or you hit him so hard that he runs away. But our policy of the West in Ukraine appears to be to wound and not win. In that context, will this government make an unequivocal statement in public that Ukraine should be allowed to use Storm Shadow and, more importantly, the US-made Army tactical missile system, then we might actually win this war?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On that specific issue of Storm Shadow, there has been no change in the UK's position. We have been providing military aid to support Ukraine's clear right of self-defence against Russia's illegal attacks. That has been in accordance with international humanitarian law. And we are clear that equipment provided by the UK is intended for the defence of Ukraine.
Gordon McKay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The States will be going to the polls later this year, and that many in the Republican Party are unfortunately expressing scepticism of supporting Ukraine. So can I ask the Minister to encourage our colleagues and allies in the United States that support for Ukraine is vital for our own democracy and security around the world?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to my friend for mentioning this important subject. The UK will continue to work closely with our international partners to ensure Ukraine gets the support it needs to resist Russian aggression. And at the NATO summit in Washington, the Prime Minister announced that the UK-administered international fund for Ukraine will place a new order that will be worth £300 million for 120,000 rounds of ammunition, bolstering Ukraine's defences against Russia. I should also mention that the UK is co-leading a new maritime capability coalition alongside Norway, which will strengthen Ukraine's ability to operate at sea, and a major drone capability coalition with Latvia to scale up the West provision of first-person view drones to Ukraine. So there is extensive and deep work with our allies when it comes to supporting the defence of Ukraine.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Does the government have a view why certain far-right politicians in the United States, in Europe, and even, dare I say it, in Britain, seem to have a soft spot for President Putin's Russia?
Well, the honourable member, I believe, raises a very important question. It's very clear that Russia's activity under President Putin's illegal leadership has been not only an attack on Ukraine, but of course an attack on democratic values, on international humanitarian law as well. And I'm very pleased that we've seen bipartisan support across this House rejecting that aggression, and I do hope that will continue.
Dan Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the Minister's words on Ukraine's activities in Kursk and ask her to give perhaps the fullest possible support from the UK government for what is going on there. Last night, Russian missiles hit Kyiv and other major cities, and it's vital that the UK takes the lead in partnering Ukraine in the defence of democracy and liberty. So can I also ask the Minister, what progress is the government making on completing the 100-year agreement with Ukraine?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much agree with my friend in his comments about the, first of all, about the Kursk offensive, as was mentioned previously, on the situation in Kursk. It ultimately is a defensive operation, and we should not forget, of course, that Russia has repeatedly launched attacks on Ukraine from Kursk Oblast. So this very much was a defensive operation. I also agree with his comments, of course, about recent aerial attacks from Russia. And when it comes to the rejection of those, we could not be clearer. Intentionally directing attacks at civilian objects is a war crime. Those attacks threaten civilian access to power, heating and water supply, impacting the safety and livelihoods of millions of Ukrainians. And we also, in relation to the question about the 100-year partnership, we're committed to ensuring that we cement our partnership with the leadership of Ukraine. That was one that started very early on for the new government. We know there's an important anniversary coming, and we're seeking to mark that with renewed partnership when it does.
Al Pinkerton.
Mr. Speaker, Russian oligarchs close to Putin have numerous assets under UK jurisdiction, equating to nearly £23 billion. Can the Speaker commit to acting on a Lib Dem manifesto commitment to begin the process of seizing currently frozen assets in the UK and repurposing those assets in support of the people of Ukraine, building financial resilience in UK domestic national support, even if US support were to waver following the US election in November? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the honourable member for his question. He's absolutely right in what I believe is the implication of his question, which is that we need to have a robust sanctions regime. That's something that this government is absolutely committed to. Without sanctions, we estimate Russia would have over $400 billion more to fund its war for another 4 years. So it really is important that we continue with that sanctions regime and do what we can to ensure that it is impossible to circumvent. And I believe perhaps his point was around that particular issue. Now, there is an international system and movement towards ensuring that Russian sovereign assets are indeed put into play when it comes to support for people who've been so appallingly impacted in Ukraine. We are working intensively with all of our allies to pursue lawful ways to ensure that Russia meets its obligations, and together with our G7 partners, we've agreed to make available approximately $50 billion to Ukraine by the end of the year by advancing the extraordinary profits generated by immobilised Russian sovereign assets in the EU and other relevant jurisdictions. So work is already ongoing, I believe, on the issues that he mentioned, if I understand correctly. Thank you.
Lord MacDougall.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I welcome what the Minister said about the Russian shadow fleet and the efforts to tackle that. She'll also be aware that there's an estimated £600 million worth of refined products of Russian origin that have made their way into our economy. What more can she do, given her answer a moment ago about the need for a robust sanctions regime to crack down on that? Because the democracy in Kyiv will find it more difficult to win if we're also funding the dictatorship in Moscow.
I'm very grateful to my friend for raising this important point, because Putin's shadow fleet softened the blow of our sanctions regime, and it poses serious maritime security and environmental risks as well. Now, the new government has already taken decisive action in response. Earlier this month, we sanctioned 11 Russian ships, and almost all sanctioned tankers have ceased trading Russian oil. At the EPC summit, 44 countries, as I mentioned before, in the EU signed a call to action that was spearheaded by the UK, calling out the risks posed by the shadow fleet and committing to work together to confront those risks. Now, I won't speculate on future decisions around our sanctions regime, but of course we will always keep it under review.
Mark Francis. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I follow the far of the House's excellent point on Storm Shadow? There is no third country exercising a veto on how Putin uses long-range missiles, which he uses without compunction, even to attack children's hospitals in Ukraine. And yet the media consistently report there is an American veto on Ukrainian use of Storm Shadow missiles to attack targets at depth in Russia, even though that would materially assist the Ukrainian war effort. So can the Minister and the Foreign Office and the MOD talk with our American allies to get that veto removed, because the Ukrainians are fighting for our freedom too, and 2 years in, they can no longer be expected to do it with one hand tied behind their back.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I mentioned previously in this important debate, the UK Government will continue to work with all of our allies from all parties that are engaged in this, seeking to ensure we do all we can to protect Ukraine's sovereignty and to enable them to exercise their right of self-defence against Putin's illegal aggression. As I mentioned before, there has been no change in the UK's position on the matters that he specified. We have been providing military aid to support Ukraine's clear right of self-defence against Russia's illegal attacks in accordance with international humanitarian law, and we are clear that equipment provided by the UK is intended for the defence of Ukraine.
Jogi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I welcome the Minister's the strength and detail of her statement. Now, my constituents in Newcastle-under-Lyme stand very firmly with the people of Ukraine, and last night I met a man called Alex, a Ukrainian who has made his life in Newcastle-under-Lyme. Now, he has no family left in the Ukraine after the recent death of his brother in Kyiv. Now, that's evidence, Mr Speaker, that this crisis remains so very serious for so many people indeed. Now, notwithstanding the Minister's answer on sanctions and assets, can I urge her to look at what we can do to redouble our efforts to use the assets seized from Russian folks here to support Ukrainians in their fight against tyranny, not just in Ukraine, but here in the United Kingdom too?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I very much would share my friend's deep concern about the human impact of Putin's illegal war on Ukraine. Overall, we've heard, of course, in February 2024 from President Zelensky that 31,000 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed during Russia's full-scale invasion, and very large numbers of civilians have been as well. OHCHR reports over 11,000 civilians have been killed and over 23,000 wounded. That was as of the start of August this year. When it comes to ensuring that we take action on assets, this new government is absolutely committed to doing everything we can in this area. As I mentioned before, the UK sanctioned over 2,000 individuals and entities, and without sanctions we estimate Russia would have over $400 billion more to fund its illegal war. Of course, we will continue to keep this under review and work with partners to ensure our sanctions are as strong as possible.
Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is, of course, right when she said that the next US President is a matter solely for the American people. But a Trump presidency will, without doubt, have a significant impact on the course of the war in Ukraine. And given his relationship, his cosy relationship with Putin, I very much doubt that impact will be a positive one. So can she reassure this House, and I suspect the people of Ukraine, that this government is, or soon will be, speaking to our European allies to ensure that in terms of procurement and engagement, that Europe will be prepared to plug any gaps than what Ukraine needs to defend itself should the worst case become a reality after November?
I'm grateful to the honourable member for his question, and this government has repeatedly engaged with our allies on the need for continued support for Ukraine. That's been the case, for example, with the European political community, the meetings that we had there, the call to action that came out of that on the shadow fleet. It's been the case with all the engagement we've had, of course, with NATO allies as well, and also with the Prime Minister's engagement with Olaf Scholz and President Macron just a few days ago. So that will continue. It's critically important for the UK government. We have welcomed sustained bipartisan US support for Ukraine. It has been key to the international effort, and I would just underline what I said before. The UK and US have been steadfast allies, working closely together for over a century. That has applied regardless of political stripe across the institutions in both of our countries, and we're determined that will continue. Thank you.
Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I commend the government's very positive response to this urgent question? But can I just press her on the storm shadow issue, because there's really no point in the West arming Ukraine to shoot down the missiles when they can't shoot down the launch pads. What discussions is the government having with our American counterparts? Will she confirm that a request has been made to the US administration? When are we expecting an answer? And if the answer is no, what will we do?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I believe that I have been crystal clear, and the UK government has been crystal clear, that we will do everything we can to support Ukraine for as long as it takes, and to ensure that it has the equipment it needs to defend its territory from Russia's illegal invasion. And he will understand that we will not comment on operational decision-making.
Samuel Wilson.
Mr. Speaker. Ukrainian refugees in my constituency have expressed their welcome that there's been continuity of approach to the situation in Ukraine after the change of government. The Minister has mentioned on a number of occasions today the fact that we are giving a long-term arms commitment to Ukraine. But given the concerns that there have been about, first of all, the equipment and ammunition available to our own armed forces, how can she make such a commitment, and what steps has she taken to ensure that the defence industry in the United Kingdom is geared up to meet both the commitments for our own armed forces and for the ones she's making to Ukraine?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the honourable member for making that absolutely critical point. And it's very clear that when we have that kind of long-term commitment to ensuring that there is provision of defence capacity to our allies, to our friends, that is not only important for those countries, and here in this case for Ukraine, it's also incredibly important for our own domestic industrial capacity as well. It ensures that we can, for the long term, secure jobs in our own country, that there are long-term contracts, long-term prospects and indeed careers for people in our own country working in defence industries. Thank you.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week's attack on Ukraine by Russian missiles and drones represented the biggest since the Russian invasion of Ukraine started. Can she make it crystal clear that Ukraine's right to self-defence must include the ability to target where those missiles and drones originate, including Russian aircraft in Russian airspace and Russian missile bases?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And he's absolutely right to condemn the truly appalling recent attacks that we saw. They provided yet more evidence that Russia is seeking to, frankly, terrorise the Ukrainian population into submission. That is an approach that we wholly reject, that we condemn, that runs contrary, of course, to international humanitarian law. And the UK will continue to do everything we can to support Ukraine's resilience and support its defence in this situation. And I did mention before, but I will just underline, given the point that he made on this subject, that of course when it comes to the Kursk operation, that was a defensive operation, and we should not forget that Russia reportedly and repeatedly launched attacks on Ukraine from Kursk Oblast.
Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the topic of Ukraine, we've heard about the role of Russian assets in this country. The Minister will be aware of the concerns that I have about asset ownership in the constituency of the cities of London and Westminster, and how vital it is for UK economic growth that we can pride ourselves on having a clean and transparent financial markets in the City of London. Does the Minister agree with me that securing transparency through trust ownership is a really important part of making sure that we can understand ownership of assets in this country, and that we can't wait any longer for enforcement around transparency of trust in order to secure our understanding of this situation?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am very well aware of my friend's leadership on these issues and her long-term commitment to ensuring transparency. Of course, she will understand that precise rules around financial instruments are not for the Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office. They are instead, of course, for His Majesty's Treasury. However, I can say to her on the broader issue that we are very clear that effective sanctions will, of course, require effective enforcement and implementation, and will continue to strengthen our work, including with international partners and allies, and through our role at the UN, to maximise the impact of sanctions, to close loopholes and to close other channels for circumventing sanctions. Thank you.
Mundell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Right Honourable Lady recognise the enormous contribution which the Ukrainian diaspora here in the UK has made to supporting their countrymen, not just in practical terms but in morale terms? Yeah. And will she ensure that the government continues to do everything it can to support their endeavours?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Member for mentioning that point, because it's incredibly important. I think just about every member in this House will have had the privilege and honour of meeting Ukrainians who've moved to their constituency, not, of course, sadly through choice, but through necessity. They've enriched our communities, and they are indeed supporting those back at home. It really is important that the government continues to work with them, both so we get an accurate picture of what's taking place, of course, but also so that we can ensure we play our part in supporting Ukraine in its self-defence against Putin's aggression.
Gurinder Singh Josam.
This House should commend the undoubted success of the brave Ukraine forces in their incursion into the Russian Kursk region. But we also see that they remain under significant stress across the whole region. Can the Minister identify what support the UK government has provided, military support the UK government has provided to the Ukraine armed forces since the general election, and what commitment we have in place going forward?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to my friend for raising that important question, and I want to be very clear that we are stepping up our military support for the reasons that he mentions. That includes via the new package that was announced, of course, in Odessa by the Defence Secretary. I think it was about in his second day in the job. That includes more artillery guns, 250,000 ammunition rounds, 90 precision brimstone missiles, and we are speeding up that support as well. So the Defence Secretary has also announced that we will ensure the package of military aid that was promised in April under the previous government, which includes air defence missiles, that's delivered in full to Ukraine within the next 100 days. That was on the 7th of July.
James Wild.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What action is the government taking with our allies to crack down on sanction dodging, which is leading to critical components for military equipment, including drones, getting into Russia?
Well, this government is absolutely committed to ensuring that there is not sanctions dodging, that we have an effective sanctions regime. It's absolutely critical when it comes to ensuring that Putin's illegal war does not succeed, and over $20 billion worth of UK-Russia bilateral trade is now under full or partial sanction as we speak. Imports from Russia into the UK have fallen by more than 99%, and exports to Russia have fallen by more than 75%. Of course, I mentioned previously the fact that we've been working to tackle the so-called shadow fleet, working with our allies and partners to ensure we have robust action in that area, but we will continue to keep the system under review.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate the Minister on both the tone and the substance of her response here today, and I see the Foreign Secretary coming into the chamber. The President of Ukraine has lauded the UK for its leadership in arms, politics, support for Ukrainian society. But can the Minister say, why did he say that since the election that support had slowed?
Well, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Member for his question, but I have to say that the Prime Minister could not have been clearer that the UK's support for Ukraine is unwavering. This is a cross-party commitment coming from the UK, absolutely clear, and we continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine. That's why, of course, the Prime Minister committed to £3 billion a year of support to Ukraine for as long as it takes within his first week in office. A new commitment, one we believed it was important to make to underline that continued support. And as a further signal of the strength of the relationship, you'll remember that the Prime Minister called President Zelensky on his first day in the job, and the Defence Secretary visited Kyiv just hours later. So that commitment could not be clearer. Thank you.
Andrew Studden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. BAE Systems in my constituency in Fylde and its workforce across Lancashire, indeed from the Speaker's constituency as well, in Chorley, has been at the forefront of the armaments supply to Ukraine. The Typhoon project at the Wharton site starts to hit a lull from next year where there is no more assembly of Typhoons. But we know that countries directly affected by Russia's aggression across its border wish to place Typhoon orders in coming years. But there will be a delay in which we can critically supply those important aircraft to strategic partners. And will the Minister commit to working with myself, other MPs from Lancashire and BAE Systems on how we can fill that gap in the production assembly of Typhoon fighter jets to make sure that when our allies and partners need those jets, that they will be available, and to the benefit as well for jobs across Lancashire and indeed for exports for the UK economy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I would want to pay tribute to those British workers who have been ensuring that absolutely essential material is being delivered when it's so much needed, and that really does show UK technology, of course, at its best. And I'm assured that the Defence Secretary would be keen to meet with him. He's well aware of these challenges. He'd be interested in ensuring there's that conversation. And of course, the new UK government has been absolutely clear that we're determined to have a long-term strategy for defence that includes for our defence industries as well.
Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As with so many things in international affairs, American support is indispensable, and so it is in support for Ukraine. Yet the election of President Trump et al. Threatens that. Has the government conducted any contingency planning as to how to continue full support for Ukraine in the event of the potential election of President Trump?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm grateful to the member for his question. I don't want to repeat word for word what I said previously. He will, I'm sure, understand that the US and UK have worked together over 100 years on issues of importance. That has not varied despite the party political composition of leaderships in our two countries. We will not be speculating about hypothetical scenarios. Instead, we will be ensuring that we continue to work with our allies to ensure that the Ukrainian people who have so bravely been defending their country are supported in their self-defence by the UK. Thank you.
That leaves us with just Jim Shallow.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank very much the Minister for her very confident answers. They will encourage us all in this House and indeed our constituents back home as well, and thank her for that. As the Minister stated in her statement, as our children, in my case my 6 grandchildren, and indeed all the other children, make their way back into their classrooms in safety and security today, Our minds are with those children in Ukraine unable to access an education, a hope, or indeed even a future. Can the Minister outline what discussions have taken place to ensure that those children remaining in Ukraine have access to their education, to vocational training, and indeed to a very future? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the honourable member for that very important point, and want to thank him for his kind words as well, and congratulate him on 6 grandchildren. I'm sure I've heard that before, but that is quite an achievement. He, of course, raises an incredibly important, maybe not entirely just down to him, of course, but the issue that he raises, is clearly a very sad one indeed, and it is about the fact that we see, of course, children being put in a very difficult position. Indeed, we've seen appalling levels actually of children who've been killed due to that Russian aggression, but also then the impact on essential services for them, whether that be education, but also healthcare as well, with some of the impacts of the conflict that we've seen. And I would want to assure him, we haven't really managed to cover this in the debate, Mr. Speaker, but that the UK, when it comes to humanitarian support, is absolutely committed to supporting Ukraine. I've been working very hard on that as Minister for Development, as he would expect, and that will include across a range of services, but particularly humanitarian matters and energy as we come into the winter too. Thank you.
Right, that completes the UQ. We will now move on to the statement. Let the front benches change over. Right, we now come to the Middle East oral statement. Foreign Secretary David Lammy.
Well, with permission, Mr. Speaker, I will make a statement on the Middle East. On taking office in July, I told this House that this government's priority in the region would be to advance the cause of peace. And this continues to be our mission on every front. In Israel, in the West Bank, in Lebanon, in the Red Sea, and of course in Gaza, where we need an immediate ceasefire, the protection of civilians, the immediate release of all hostages, and more aid getting into Gaza. Over the summer, we were faced with the prospect of full-scale war breaking out between Lebanese Hezbollah and Israel. On each of the 3 visits I've made to the region, including alongside my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, and most recently a joint visit with the French Foreign Minister Ségoné, I have urged Lebanese Hezbollah, the Lebanese government and Israel to engage with the US-led discussions to resolve their disagreements diplomatically and to reach a peaceful resolution through the implementation of the UN Security Council Resolution 1701. And as we continue to work with our allies and partners to push for a diplomatic solution, we nonetheless stand ready for the worst-case scenario, including the potential evacuation of British nationals. And our message to those still in Lebanon remains clear: leave now. Mr. Speaker, our common goal of peace in the Middle East will never be lasting until there is safety, security and sovereignty for both Israel and a Palestinian state. We must all keep at the forefront of our minds the pain, the anguish, the horror that this conflict has caused for so many ordinary civilians. The victims of the October the 7th atrocity, the hostages, and all those still enduring unimaginable suffering, whether they're hoping to see their loved ones again or mourning their loss, as the tragic events of this weekend illustrate, as the bodies of 6 murdered hostages were recovered. The Israeli people still living under rocket fire, not only from Hamas, but from other hostile actors explicitly dedicated to Israel's annihilation, fighting an enemy in Hamas whose appalling tactics endanger countless civilian lives. And the innocent Palestinians, tens of thousands killed in the fighting, their numbers growing by the day, including distressing numbers of women and children, many mothers so malnourished they cannot produce milk for their babies, families struggling to keep their children alive, disease and famine looming ever larger, heroic humanitarians putting their lives on the line to help others, like the brave aid workers I met from the United Nations agencies and from the Palestinian Red Crescent Society warehouse I visited alongside France's foreign minister last month. Indeed, last Thursday, the UK led a session at the United Nations Security Council encouraging a continued global focus on the protection of civilians in Gaza, including the need for action on polio. And now, deeply worrying, the escalation we're seeing in the West Bank as well as in Gaza, with many communities facing settler violence amid an ongoing occupation, and so many on either side of this terrible conflict convinced that the world does not grasp the reality of Israel's predicament or the depth of Palestinian suffering. Throughout my life, I have been a friend of Israel, a liberal, progressive Zionist who believes in Israel as a democratic state and a homeland for the Jewish people, which has both the right to exist and defend itself. But I believe also that Israel will only exist in safety and security if there is a two-state solution that guarantees the rights of all Israeli citizens and their Palestinian neighbours, who have their own inalienable right to self-determination and security. Mr. Speaker, as concern at the horrifying scenes in Gaza has risen, many in this House, as well as esteemed lawyers and international organisations, have raised British arms export licensing to Israel. After raising my own concerns from opposition on taking office, I immediately sought to update the review. And on my first appearance as Foreign Secretary in this House, I committed to sharing the review's conclusions. We have rigorously followed every stage of the process which the previous Conservative government established. And let me first be clear on the review's scope. This government is not an international court. We have not and could not arbitrate on whether or not Israel has breached international humanitarian law. This is a forward-looking evaluation, not a determination of innocence or guilt, and it does not prejudge any future determinations by the competent courts. But facing a conflict such as this, it is this government's legal duty to review export licences. Criteria 2C of the Strategic Export Licensing Criteria states that the government will not issue export licences if there is a clear risk that the items might be used to commit or facilitate serious violations of international humanitarian law. It is with regret that I inform the House today the assessment I have received leaves me unable to conclude anything other than that for certain UK arms exports to Israel, there does exist a clear risk that they might be used to commit or facilitate a serious violation of international humanitarian law. I have informed my Right Honourable friend, the Business and Trade Secretary, and he is therefore today announcing the suspension of around 30 from a total of approximately 350 to Israel as required under the Export Controls Act. These include equipment that we assess is for use in the current conflict in Gaza, such as important components which go into military aircraft, including fighter aircraft, helicopters and drones, as well as items which facilitate ground targeting. And for transparency, this government is publishing a summary of our assessment. Today I want to underline 4 points about these decisions. First, Israel's actions in Gaza continue to lead to immense loss of civilian life, widespread destruction to civilian infrastructure, and immense suffering. In many cases, it's not been possible to reach determinative conclusion on allegations regarding Israel's conduct of hostilities, in part because there is insufficient information either from Israel or other reliable sources to verify such claims. Nevertheless, it is the assessment of His Majesty's government that Israel could reasonably do more to ensure life-saving food and medical supplies reach civilians in Gaza, in light of the appalling humanitarian situation. And this government is also deeply concerned by credible claims of mistreatment of detainees, which the International Committee of the Red Cross cannot investigate after being denied access to places of detention. Both my predecessor and all our major allies have repeatedly and forcefully raised these concerns with the Israeli government. Regrettably, they have not been addressed satisfactorily. Second, there can be no doubt that Hamas pays not the slightest heed to international humanitarian law. It endangers civilians by embedding itself in the tightly concentrated civilian population and in civilian infrastructure. There is no equivalence between Hamas terrorists and Israel's democratic government, or indeed Iran and their partners and proxies. But to license arms exports to Israel, we must assess their compliance with international humanitarian law, notwithstanding the abhorrence of their opponents' tactics and ideology. Third, this is not a blanket ban. This is not an arms embargo. It targets around 30, approximately 350 licenses to Israel in total for items which could be used in the current conflict in Gaza. The rest will continue. Neither will the action we are taking have a material impact on Israel's security. This suspension only covers items which might be used in the current conflict. There are a number of export licenses which we have assessed are not for military use in the current conflict and therefore do not require suspension, and these include items that are not being used by the Israel Defence Forces in the current conflict, such as trainee aircraft or other naval equipment. And these also include export licenses for civilian use, covering a range of products such as food testing chemicals, telecoms and data equipment. Nor will it prejudge the international collaboration global F-35 programme that supplies aircraft for more than 20 countries. And that is crucial to wider peace and security. Indeed, the effects of suspending all licenses for the F-35 programme would undermine the global F-30 flight supply chain that is vital for the security of the UK, our allies and NATO. Therefore, the Business and Trade Secretary has exempted these licenses from his decision. Fourth, the government will keep our position under review. Commitment to comply with international humanitarian law is not the only criteria in making export licensing decisions. We will continue to work with our allies to improve the situation, and foreign policy, of course, involves tough choices. But I will always seek to take such decisions in line with our principles, and I will keep this House updated in line with the previous commitment. Mr. Speaker, we do not take this decision lightly, but we note that on previous occasions, ministers from all sides of the House, Labour, Conservative and Liberal Democrat, chose not to license exports to Israel. In 1982, Margaret Thatcher imposed a full arms embargo and oil embargo on Israel as they fought in Lebanon. Conflicts in Gaza prompted Gordon Brown to suspend 5 licenses in 2009, and Vince Cable chose not to issue new licenses while conducting a review in 2014. Like them, this government takes seriously its role in applying export licensing law, reflecting the published criteria and the specific circumstances. But let me leave this House in no doubt. The UK continues to support Israel's right to self-defence in accordance with international law. In April, British fighter jets intercepted Iranian missiles aimed at Israel, preventing significant loss of civilian life. We supported robust action against the Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen, and who have attacked Israel directly as well as Israel-linked shipping. And Iran should be in no doubt of our commitment to challenge their reckless and destabilising activity in the region and across the world. We will continue to work hand in glove with our international partners to stand up to Iranian aggression and malign activity wherever it is found. And we continue to hold Iran to account, including through extensive sanctions. And today, we're doing so again. We're announcing new sanctions on 4 IRGC force targets who have a role in supporting Iranian proxy actions in Iraq, Syria and Lebanon through the UK's dedicated Iran sanctions regime. We've sanctioned over 400 Iranian individuals and entities. And through our work with partners, we are exposing and containing Iran's destabilising weapons development. where soon we'll be introducing further regulations to bolster existing bans on the export of goods and technology significant to Iran's production of drones and missiles. So let me be clear. We will continue to work with Israel and our partners to tackle the threat from Iran across the region. This government will continue to stand for Israel's security, and we will always do so in a manner consistent with our obligations to domestic and international law. Mr. Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Shadow Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I thank the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of his statement. Mr. Speaker, over the weekend we were once again reminded of the tragic human toll of this conflict, with Israel recovering the bodies of 6 more innocent hostages murdered by Hamas. The only way, Mr. Speaker, this conflict will be brought to an end and for the suffering to end is through the release of those hostages. This cruel captivity has lasted almost a year. Their suffering and jeopardy is intolerable for Israel, and it should be intolerable for anyone who cares about human rights and human dignity. Many of us in this House have met with the families of the hostages, even in the midst of unimaginable pain and anxiety. They keep the torch burning for their loved ones, publicly highlighting their plight and tremendous bravery. And let us be clear, Mr. Speaker, the onus is on Hamas. They are using the Palestinian people as human shields. Hamas has no humanity and it has no shame. And as Hamas inflicts terrible suffering on both the Israeli and Palestinian people, it should not be forgotten that another Iranian-backed proxy, Hezbollah, is engaged in continuous attacks on Israel's northern border, with the risk of further and yet more dangerous escalation across the blue line. Our support for Israel's security is rock solid in the face of threats from those who wish it serious harm, just as we showed in April this year when British personnel and weaponry were used to counter Iran's massive missile attack. We will look carefully, Mr. Speaker, at the limited arms embargo memorandum that the Foreign Secretary has promised the House. While he rightly does not publish his legal advice, we are grateful that he is honouring the promise I gave to the Business and Trade Committee on publishing as much as possible on this. And he will, I know, and as he said, be careful not to indicate in any way at all any moral equivalence between Hamas and the democratically elected government of Israel. In government, Mr. Speaker, we introduced sanctions to undermine Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. We also sanctioned extremist Israeli settlers who committed human rights abuses against Palestinian communities in the West Bank. And we welcome the new sanctions the Foreign Secretary has announced today on 4 IRGC Quds Force targets. Mr. Speaker, implementation of the UN Security Council Resolution 1701 remains our best hope of de-escalation and peace along the blue line. Resolution 1701 provides a roadmap which everyone should seek to follow, and we welcome the government's reaffirmation of its support for Resolution 1701. In relation to British nationals in Lebanon, it is very much our hope that since the House last considered this matter, shortly before the recess, the number of Brits who have registered their presence in Lebanon and departed from the country has risen. Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that the situation in the West Bank has also deteriorated and become yet more tense. While Israel must protect its vital security interests, we urge the Netanyahu government to do so in such a way that minimises the risk of yet further instability and escalation. Turning finally to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, we want to convey our thanks to the WHO and UNICEF staff who have been racing to get polio vaccinations administered across Gaza. They are doing vital work during this agreed pause. And pauses offer the potential, Mr. Speaker, to get much-needed humanitarian aid in, but also a window to get the hostages out. And pauses can help create the conditions necessary to bring about a sustainable peace. And on the distribution of aid, we strongly support calls for watertight deconfliction processes and the utmost protection of aid workers. Humanitarian aid can only make a difference if it is properly and safely distributed. Guaranteed deconfliction for aid convoys and other humanitarian work is absolutely essential. It is by road and truck that aid must be able to reach Gaza by all routes. This should make humanitarian aid delivery by air and sea unnecessary. Could the Foreign Secretary provide the House with more detail about how we are playing our part in international efforts to get more aid over the border to desperate people? To conclude, Mr. Speaker, we all want the terrible suffering of both the Israeli and Palestinian people to end. It does feel as if we are at a point where this conflict could go in two radically different directions. While the region faces a potential conflagration, it is also possible that cooler heads on all sides might prevail. Britain's role must be to help facilitate a sustainable end to the current suffering. It is only then that we can achieve our aim of lifting people's eyes to the prospect of a different horizon in the future.
Well, I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, to the Shadow Foreign Secretary for the tone of his response. He will know, as well as anyone, that these are complex and sober questions, and it's right that the House can debate them in the appropriate tone and spirit this afternoon. And I recall that Lord Cameron said that he was concerned that Israel had violated international humanitarian law, that the Shadow Foreign Secretary himself has repeatedly called on Israel to abide by international humanitarian law, and said that in certain actions that they may not have complied with international humanitarian law. And in April, the Shadow Minister, the Honourable Member for Rutland and Stamford, who was in her seat slightly earlier, said that the UK had no choice but to suspend arms. So he can recognise that this is not a partisan issue, and I'm very grateful for the tone that he's taken in this debate. I have provided the House with a summary today on the issue of the way that I have made the assessment, and indeed in doing so I have been more transparent than any government has been in the past about decisions like this, because I recognise the exceptional public interest there is in this debate. He's right, like me, to underline that there is no moral equivalence between Hamas, who began this atrocity on October the 7th, and the prosecution of getting those hostages out and defending itself, even though that I have said that there is a clear risk in relation to our export licensing regime. He's right to talk about the context in Lebanon, to support indeed the government's message that UK nationals should leave. And let me assure him that I have not just visited Lebanon now on many occasions, but spoken to the Lebanese Prime Minister on 3 occasions just in the last few weeks. And of course, in the West Bank, we recognise the important security concerns of Israel, but we are deeply concerned with the way that we see these actions being prosecuted over the last few days, and we call for de-escalation. And of course, in terms of the situation in Gaza, successive foreign secretaries now have raised with the Israelis, and I raised it directly with Prime Minister Netanyahu, that not enough trucks are getting in. And it is still the case today, after 11 months of conflict, that not enough trucks are getting in. And the Minister for Development was in Jordan, assessing the situation from there, as I was just before that with the Red Crescent. It has been important for us to demonstrate leadership in the UN and to press to get these pauses so the children of Gaza can be vaccinated against polio. We have that pause in place, I think, between 8 a.m. and 2 a.m. Or 2 p.m. In the afternoon, so that those children can get the vaccinations they need so that they don't suffer.
John Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Secretary of State, for your important statement today. It is clear, and I agree with the Shadow Minister, that Hamas has no humanity and no shame. Some have said that there's only a pause to vaccinate children because polio may spread beyond Gaza. With so many children killed in this war, I understand why some may say that. The World Health Organization says that at least 90% of children under 10 must be immunized in a very short period of time. With that in mind, can the Secretary of State please tell the House what measures this government is taking to ensure further agreements are made to have a pause for as long as possible that both sides can adhere to?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I was very pleased to meet with the member for Oxford East, with Dr. Tedros, who leads the World Health Organization, to discuss these issues and his particular concerns about disease and polio in the area. We continue to press for a ceasefire. We are working with all colleagues to get that ceasefire. Just before coming to this House, President Biden has confirmed that the ceasefire is within reach. And I urge all sides now to make that ceasefire happen and bring these horrors to an end and get those hostages out.
Lib Dem spokesperson Leila Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we received the terrible news of the deaths of 6 Israeli hostages, among them Hirsch Goldberg-Polin, whose mother Rachel I met when I was last in Jerusalem. I cannot imagine her pain. And that pain is not diluted by the pain of so many others. Yes, other Israeli hostage families, but also thousands of families in Gaza for the dead there. And to all, I'm sure, we send our deepest condolences. In the West Bank, we have seen horrific violence as Israeli forces launched an operation inside refugee camps, terrifying children in their beds and accused of breaking their own codes of conduct. The situation seems to only go from bad to worse. So I welcome the Foreign Secretary's remarks about the suspension of some arms exports licenses to the IDF. But given the seriousness of the ICC and the ICJ cases, there remain questions about the many hundreds of others. So I look forward to reading the published summary. I urge the government to go further. Will they not ban goods produced in the illegal Israeli settlements? If the settlements are illegal, why are we allowing trade with them? And will they sanction Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, as the EU's Joseph Borrell is considering? Or can he at least say that when it comes to violent extremists, nothing and no one is off the table? Speaking in December last year, Hirsch's mother, Rachel, said to the UN General Assembly, "We are at a crossroads." And when I say we, I don't mean Jews, Muslims or Christians, Americans, Palestinians, Europeans, Israelis, Ukrainian, Russians. I mean we humans. We can keep dividing the world into the paradigm of them versus us, or we can start thinking about those who are willing and those who are not. This could have all been so different. Imagine if the world had listened to her then in December. And so I urge the government, be bolder. That is the only way to make that promise of peace a reality. And that, of course, has to start, rather than end, with that immediate ceasefire.
Foreign Secretary.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady. And let me just say on the hostages that I've now personally spoken to or met all of the British and UK-linked hostages and heard for myself the suffering that they've endured since their loved ones were taken on the 7th of October. There needs to be an end to this nightmare. And there is now tremendous grief, pain and trauma whenever you visit Israel and meet with hostage families, as I have continued to do. She's right to raise the issues on the West Bank. We are deeply concerned by the ongoing IDF military operation in the occupied West Bank and the attacks from Palestinian militants. We recognise, of course, the need to defend itself, Israel's need to defend itself against security threats, but we are deeply worried by the methods that Israel's employed and by reports of civilian casualties and the destruction of civilian infrastructure particularly. It's in no one's interest to further conflict and instability, to spread that to the West Bank. We condemn the settler expansion, the record levels that we've seen this year particularly, and of course the increase in settler violence. And I condemn the language that's been used by ministers in the Israeli government, Smodrik, Ben-Gvir, particularly in relation to this. It's entirely unacceptable language and should be condemned by the government or the Israeli government as a whole. She raises important issues, and she recognised that, of course, in terms of labelling, we do label in relation to goods from settlements alongside the 1967 borders particularly, but the issues are very, very complex.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The escalation of military violence in the West Bank has led to the reported deaths of Palestinians and increased settler violence, resulting in illegal occupation and violent land theft. Amid this escalation, the US has imposed sanctions on Israeli groups. Medical Aid Palestine have claimed the UK government has not acted with due urgency. So, can the Foreign Secretary clarify the government's position on this issue and what immediate actions the government will be taking other than condemnation of this action?
Well,
Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, can I reassure my honourable friend that we are keeping this under review? We are in dialogue with our closest allies on this issue, and we will not flinch in dealing with the issues at hand if we need to.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Can the Foreign Secretary assure the House that what appears to be a carefully calibrated response to a dreadful situation will not in any way impair the valuable cooperation between Israel and the United Kingdom, where the sharing of intelligence about international terrorist activity is concerned?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman is amongst the very few in this House who understand the breadth and depth and importance for our own national security of that relationship. We have a very important people-to-people relationship with Israel. 250 UK Jewish nationals here in this country. We have a very important trading relationship with Israel, but the cooperation on intelligence, military and security is essential, not just to our national interests, but to the global security of much of the world. And so I've made this decision with regret. It's in sorrow, not in anger. And he will understand that others, in fact Conservative governments, have gone for a full arms embargo. We have not done that today because we recognise with Hezbollah, with the Houthis, with Hamas, it is right that Israel has the means to defend itself.
Emily Thornbury.
Mr. Speaker, could my right honourable friend just reiterate the very important point, which is this is not an arms embargo on Israel. We continue to support Israel's right to defend itself and will continue to sell it arms, but that the rules underpinning our control of arms are as they have always been, which is that the UK will not permit the sale of arms if they might be used for internal repression or international aggression. And for that reason, we have cut the number of arms export licences by 30.
Secretary of State.
Well, my right honourable friend spent a few more years at the bar than I did. And she knows that in making this very sober assessment, it is based, Mr. Speaker, on a clear risk. And on the basis of that clear risk, it is arms and weaponry that may be used in Gaza that we have sought, and it amounts to around 30 that we have sought to suspend. It's, of course, our sincere hope that we get to that ceasefire and the sustained position that will allow us, of course, to resume working in the way that we would normally work with our Israeli friends.
Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too met the mother of Hirsch Goldberg Polin in Jerusalem, and it's a terrible tragedy that his name has joined the list of many thousands of innocents who've died in this conflict over the last few months on both sides. Now, the Secretary of State will know that I've been long concerned about the situation in the West Bank, and I understand that the measures he's taking today, and indeed sanctions generally, are not purely performative. He wants them to have some bite. So I wanted to ask you about the case of Hilltop Youth. Today. This organisation, violent settler organisation, was sanctioned by the previous government earlier this year and was recently described as a bunch of terrorists by the head of the Internal Security Service in Israel. And yet our sanctions seemingly have had no impact on their behaviour or their conduct and the violent persecution that they're visiting upon innocent Palestinians in the West Bank. So will he consider extending our sanctions to those who support and sustain this organisation and others, both within Israel and externally? Because if we're going to be taken seriously on an international stage, whether it's in Iran, in the case of Iran, or these violent organisations, our measures have to have bite and effect, and at the moment, seemingly, they aren't.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the right honourable gentleman who has raised these issues consistently in this House now over many years is absolutely right to draw focus to what is happening on the West Bank. And that is not because of the immediate violence that we've seen over the last 2 days. It's because the level of violence, the expansion, the sense of impunity that one sees when one is in the West Bank is of huge concern. Can I reassure him that I continue to work with allies and I continue to keep these matters under close review?
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement. I speak as a long-term friend of Palestine and an advocate of a two-state solution. I'm sure he'll agree with me when it comes to the release of hostages. We want to see all hostages released in their hundreds and thousands. But I'd ask him particularly what assessment he's made of the impact of his suspension of 30 of these licences, because Israel has shown little sign of responding to pressure from the outside world. And along with the Oxford and Abingdon, what further steps is he prepared to take? Because we see in the West Bank these egregious behaviours, and is it really conscionable that Israel is going to respond in a favourable way to the limited but welcome announcement that he's made today?
Foreign Secretary.
What can I say to my honourable friend? I know the strength with which he talks about these issues and has talked consistently about them over many, many years. Let me just make clear that the announcement, Mr. Speaker, that I make today follows a process. It's a process that was set up by the last government in 2021. We have followed that process to the law, and that is why I'm here today. It is in no way to punish Israel. That is not the point of the process. It is to make sure that our export licensing regime remains amongst the very robust in the world. And I recognise what he says about the West Bank particularly, and it's why I went to the region just a few weeks ago once again.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for prior sight of the statement. And of course, we welcome anything which reduces the appalling death toll in Gaza and increasingly, sadly, in the West Bank. But this statement raises so many questions which I will write to the Foreign Secretary about later. But could I press him on the issue of the UK recognising that the Netanyahu government's use of UK weapons poses a clear risk of the violation of international humanitarian law? He'll be aware that there is no legal definition between what is an offensive weapon and what is a defensive weapon. So why and on what basis, if there is, in his words, a clear risk of the violation of international humanitarian law,
why has he not imposed a blanket ban on Israel until that risk has gone away completely?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, can I say to the honourable gentleman that we have one of the most robust export licensing regimes in the world. The process requires us to make an assessment about the clear risk in the theatre of conflict. And the theatre of conflict in relation to this is Gaza. And therefore we have made an assessment on the basis of the licences that could be used in Gaza, and I've made the announcement that I've made today. But I think that the honourable gentleman, in the thrust of his remarks, notwithstanding the concerns around international humanitarian law in that theatre of action, should recognise the real threats that Israel faces from Lebanese Hezbollah, should recognise what the Houthis are doing now in the Red Sea, and recently we saw this terrible attack on a Greek oil tanker just over the last few days, and recognise the long-standing relationship that this country has with Israel, and particularly in relation to intelligence and military accession that keeps much of the Middle East and the world safe. And it's for that basis that my remarks are measured, and I defend that.
Laura Kirk-Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Foreign Secretary's decision to suspend certain arms sales to Israel. I also appreciate his acknowledgement that Israel could do much more to allow aid to reach people in Gaza. I'd like to ask the Foreign Secretary what further conversations he's had with the Israeli government to ask them to ensure that aid workers are able to do their vital work safely and effectively, and that aid can get to those who desperately need it.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, can I say to my honourable friend that the issue of aid workers and the tremendous loss of life of aid workers in this conflict is an issue I have raised directly in all of my meetings with the Israeli government. And there's another issue that sits alongside this, and it's the issue of deconfliction. It must be the case that in any war there are rules. And one of the rules are that aid workers are able to get medical supplies and aid to the civilians that need it. And there have been real issues with deconfliction zones and the amount of aid workers who've died and the amount of UN workers who've died in this conflict. She's absolutely right to raise it.
Sammy Wilson.
Madam Speaker. The only people who will be overjoyed by this decision today will be the Hamas terrorists who murdered in cold blood 6 hostages at the weekend. They have been handed a line of hope that this government will not stand firm in its defence of Israel's right to defend itself. And let's look at the threadbare arguments that the Minister has used today, that these arms might be used to breach international humanitarian law. And yet he admits that the government cannot arbitrate as to whether or not Israel has done so to date, that civilian deaths have been caused. And yet, hardly a couple of paragraphs later in this statement, the Minister states that the civilian deaths have been a result of Hamas embedding itself in the civilian population with no regard for those people who have been affected. And the last reason he gives then is that Israel is responsible for these deaths, even though he again admits that it is not possible to determine who is responsible for these deaths, and indeed how many deaths there have been. We rely on Hamas propaganda in most cases for that. I would say to the Minister today that this is a bad decision. It is a decision which we will come to live to regret, and it's one which, unfortunately, I believe has been a result, maybe a lot of the pressure which Labour MPs have found in their seats as a result of Gaza protests.
True.
Well, can I say to the honourable gentleman that this party supported British fighters taking to the skies in defence of Israel when missiles were being delivered from Iran. We did that on April the 13th. This party supported the last government in their defence of Israel following the attacks we've seen from the Houthis in the Red Sea. And I would also remind him that I have not gone as far today as Margaret Thatcher went in 1982. Governments of both types, Vince Cable, Liberal Democrat, Gordon Brown, have had to make these difficult decisions. And I stand by both a party and, I hope, at a chamber that recognises the importance of international humanitarian law and the clear risk assessment that we have been required to make sure that we are not in breach of that as a country.
Chianwara. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the government's decision to suspend certain arms licences to Israel. My constituents are horrified by the unimaginable and unacceptable suffering in Gaza and certainly would not want any British exports to contribute to it. And my constituents are also horrified by the unimaginable and unacceptable suffering of the hostages held for over 11 months now, to many of whom who have been killed. Now, the Foreign Secretary will have seen the protests in Tel Aviv last night, and the strikes called by Israeli labour unions to try to persuade the Israeli government to strike a deal and bring the hostages home. From his discussions with the Israeli government, what does he see as the main obstacles to a deal which brings the hostages home and which delivers a ceasefire in Gaza?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend asks a very good question, and Madam Deputy Speaker, she's absolutely right. What brings this to an end is a ceasefire. And the issues really boil down to the security of Israel once we get to that ceasefire. And she will have read, no doubt, the issues around the Philadelphia corridor particularly, and the ability or Israel's insistence at this stage that they should be present still in Gaza, and that being a matter of discussion. There have been previously also issues around not just the hostages that must come out, and she's absolutely right, those hostages must come out, but also the prisoners that it's hoped would leave Israel's prisoners as well, the Palestinian prisoners particularly. But the truth of this is that we are now reaching a decisive point, as Joe Biden has said. We can get there, and we need to get there to bring to an end this horror that's now gone on for many, 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 many months.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary will be very well aware of the decisions made by the ICJ and the ICC. He'll also be very well aware that the world has condemned Israel for its illegal occupation of the West Bank, the settlement policy, and the killing of 40,000 people in Gaza. The suspension of some arms contracts, could he explain what effect that will actually make on Israel's ability to continue the bombardment of Gaza, or will it continue unabated? And will he also explain what role, legally or otherwise, Britain has played in overflying Gaza with surveillance aircraft and the use of RAF Akrotiri as a staging point for aircraft going to Israel, which many people believe are carrying weapons that are used to bomb Gaza?
Foreign Secretary.
I know that the Right Honourable Gentleman is informed on many aspects of these issues. He must know that our exports to Israel amount to about 1%. And in fact, it is the United States and Germany and others that are much more engaged in the selling of arms to Israel. So when he asks me the effect, he can draw his own conclusions in relation to that. I am very comfortable with the support that we give to Israel, and I won't comment on operational issues as he would expect from this dispatch box.
Melanie Ward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Israeli military F-16 aircraft have dropped thousands of bombs on civilians in Gaza in the last 11 months. UN weapons inspectors confirmed that this includes bombing the premises of aid agencies, Medical Aid for Palestinians and the International Rescue Committee, which housed Palestinian aid workers, international aid workers and doctors in January of this year. F-16s have further killed thousands of Palestinian civilians who had fled their homes to what the Israeli military had designated a safe zone in Al-Mawasi. Can I ask the Foreign Secretary if he will confirm that this arms ban will include licences related to the F-16 and that this is in service, if so, of upholding UK and international law and protecting civilian lives? Can I also express extreme concern at the ongoing Israeli military action in the West Bank? Earlier this year, I was in Tulkarem refugee camp after a military raid, and last year, Jenin refugee camp, days after a military raid, both much smaller than what is happening now. The West Bank and Jerusalem are at boiling point alongside the horrors in Gaza. So can I ask the Foreign Secretary, what action is he taking to uphold international law there as well?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, of course, my honourable friend brings tremendous expertise to this House on the issues on the ground, particularly in Gaza and the West Bank. Can I reassure her that we have fully assessed the export licensing regime and those weapons that might be used in the conflict, and that includes those she mentions, have been excluded. She's quite right to raise the issues of deconfliction, the aid workers who have lost their lives, and I want to reassure her that I have raised these issues with the Prime Minister himself in Israel and with other members of the government, and pressed them hard on these issues. And I know, frankly, in coming into this role, that the former Foreign Secretary did exactly the same. And therefore it's on that basis in many ways that we sadly and regrettably have come to the assessment that I've had to today.
Mike Martin.
So we've had some very strong words from the Foreign Secretary today about how this war must end, and we've also heard words about how important it is that we have a ceasefire to do so, and I take him at his word. But looking forward, what levers does he have, and when is he going to pull them?
The honourable gentleman's new to this House, so I tread very gently. But I would urge him to reflect that in the end, to bring about peace, as we saw in Northern Ireland, you need partners for peace. And the principal partners here are Benjamin Netanyahu and Sinwar. And the deal that we have on the table can bring about that peace. And I have to tell him, in the last 8 or 9 weeks in office, I have spent more time on this issue than any other issue pressing to get that ceasefire.
Andy Slaughter.
Madam Deputy Speaker. We've seen the most serious incursions into the West Bank for 20 years, and that's under cover of the horror that is happening in Gaza, otherwise it would be leading the news. And towns like Jenin completely cut off, the water supply, the streets ploughed up in that way. What's the government's specific response to this, which is really a form of collective punishment? And has the Foreign Secretary looked at whether arms and equipment are being used specifically in the West Bank?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, can I say to my very good friend that the UK position is clear. Settlements are completely unacceptable and illegal under international law. They present an obstacle to peace and they threaten the physical viability of a two-state solution. That is why we take this so seriously, and it's why we condemn the settler violence and incitement remarks, such as those that were made by Israel's National Security Minister Ben Gvir and the Finance Minister Smodrik. All of these issues we keep under review, and all of these issues I'm discussing with our closest allies.
Ben Lake.
Speaker, amid the devastation of bombardment and the collapse in civilian infrastructure, civilians in Gaza must now contend with polio. As has already been mentioned this afternoon, to be effective, the UN vaccination programme needs to attain some 90% population coverage. Can I ask the Foreign Secretary for his assessment of the initial progress of the scheme and what steps his government is taking to help facilitate a swift and hopefully effective rollout?
Well done. Secretary.
Well, I'm grateful to the question, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's horrendous that polio has returned after 2 decades of absence in Gaza. That is why we convened and pressed to get this pause, to get these children vaccinated in Gaza, so that we can not see a new flowering of that horrendous disease and affliction. And I hope he will commend the leadership that we've shown and the leadership we saw in the UN Security Council to bring about this vaccination programme in the last few days.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are all desperate to see an end to the suffering on all sides in this conflict. The Iranian regime and its proxies are one of the biggest barriers to ending that conflict and achieving a sustainable ceasefire. Will the Secretary of State agree with me that tackling the threat from Iran is vital, and will he update us on his plans to prescribe the IRGC?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm grateful for the question, and I would not want the House to lose sight of the further sanctions that I've announced of the 4 individuals in the House this afternoon, and you can revisit the statement just to be abreast of that. He's absolutely right about the dangers that the IRGC poses, and indeed it's been important for me in these early weeks in office to engage with my Iranian counterpart and to urge de-escalation, particularly in relation to any action that Iran is contemplating. This remains the very, very biggest and most important of issues for us here in the UK. It is absolutely right to keep it centre stage.
Ali Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The news of suspension of some export licences is indeed welcome, and I know there are many in my constituency across the country who will be glad to hear this. But I'm alarmed that it seems that the principle underpinning criterion 2C is being inconsistently applied here. And in particular, the justification that the Foreign Secretary has offered for not suspending licences for the F-35 appears inconsistent. There does appear to be clear evidence of clear risk. There are online posts, I understand, from the IDF indicating that F-35s have been used in bombing Gaza. And so I'd like to urge the Secretary of State to review this case again and to suspend those licences. Can I ask him also, please, to clarify whether licensing continues for R902W Wankel engines, because they were involved in the World Central Kitchen attack on humanitarian workers? Thank you.
Secretary.
The Honourable Lady asked important questions around the F-35, and it is important for me to state that in looking at the F-35, it's important to understand that there is a global supply chain. She will recognise threats, very, very serious threats that exist across much of the globe in other terrible theatres of conflict. I think were she in my situation, she too would make the judgment that we should do nothing to equip those who would cause tremendous harm in relation to this decision. And that's why it has been important, never mind the ability to actually distinguish across that multiple supply chain that involves many nations, those particular equipments that those particular bits of armoury that she's talking about.
Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The children of Gaza have faced an onslaught from above and now
the spread of disease, and I would just like to ask that the Foreign Secretary of State considers once again bringing those who are most vulnerable to the UK for medical treatment. Polio has a lasting impact and could need a lot more support for people if they've already been infected with lifelong disabilities. We've also got children who have need amputations and life-altering operations that they haven't been able to access the right quality of care because hospitals have just not been there. Can we look at this again? Other countries are doing it. Let us be part of it.
Foreign Secretary.
My honourable friend raises a very important issue, and that is why I and the member for Oxford East made the statements in our first weeks in office in relation to supporting UK Med and restoring the funding to UNRWA to ensure that those children get the medical aid that they need at this time. Now, I'm afraid my assessment is across Gaza, it's not sufficient for the reasons that I've discussed. But it was important that we put all the aid and money we could to that endeavour, particularly on behalf of those young children. And there's another issue that I'm tremendously concerned about. It's the amount of young people not in school. This has gone on for months, and young people must be in school.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his answers. I defend the right of Israel to protect all of its people, the same as the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland did for its own citizens against IRA terrorism, and as Ukraine has done against Russian aggression, ever mindful of that. So our hearts ache with those hostage families who have received the news that they have feared and dreaded for almost a year, and even more forcibly underlines the need to ensure that either the hostages or the remains are brought home, and that steps can be taken for peace in the Middle East, which is all of our goal. I know it's the Minister's goal, it's the goal of everyone in this House. Will the Minister outline what further steps that can be taken along with our allies to bring this peace, this much needed peace, about? Thank you.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, can I just say to the honourable gentleman that today's decision relates to an independent process in relation to, of course, to our strategic export licensing criteria. It comes on yet another day of tremendous pain for those hostage families, and I'm acutely aware of that. And it's why I've sought to speak to those families, of course those who have a relationship with our own country, but those beyond as well, and to meet with those families when I've been in Israel. My heart bleeds for them. The pain and the suffering that they're going through is torturous. That there are so many left is unbelievable. And to have gone so many months not knowing whether your loved one is alive or dead is horrific. And anyone who looks at the front pages of the international news and looks at those beautiful young people who have been taken from us in the most horrific of ways, frankly, it brings tears to the eyes. And I feel so much, I offer my deepest condolences, and all of us do, to those families who've learnt they've lost their loved ones over the last few days.
Apsana Begum.
The Foreign Secretary announced 30 of approximately 350 export arms licences will now be suspended. That is still less than 10% of the total number of export arms licences to Israel. Given that over 40,000 Palestinians have now been killed, given that Israel is expanding its military operations in the occupied West Bank, and given that a former Foreign Office official resigned, stating, and I quote, that it is actually quite clear that Israel is perpetuating war crimes in plain sight, will the UK government ensure that the UK is not complicit in Israel's war crimes and suspend all arms sales to Israel?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I've followed the quasi-legal process that we have in this country. We've got one of the most robust regimes in the world. I stand by the decision that I've made that approximately 30 export licenses to Israel should be suspended at this time. And yes, it does represent 10% because it's the 10% that could be used in the theatre of conflict that we're concerned with. But I would also just gently say to the Honourable Lady that there are many things that we might sell that I don't think anyone would suggest a helmet or goggles we shouldn't be selling to one of our closest allies. And so you make that assessment in a measured way, in a sober way, on behalf of the British people, and I'm satisfied with the assessment that's been made.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Foreign Secretary's decision to withdraw some of the arms, or the licences to arms. I'm confident, even though our arms trade is insignificant, it's bound to have a repercussion on other countries that provide arms licences. So I certainly welcome that. But what steps can the Foreign Secretary do in liaising with his Israeli counterparts in relation to the Palestinian children which are now going to receive vaccinations for polio, and they're being moved from pillar to post without a real safe zone? Will the Foreign Secretary seek assurances that they will be given a safe zone and not blown away after giving their polio vaccinations?
Foreign Secretary.
Yes.
Catherine Frokes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Foreign Secretary, for your statement. I absolutely share your pain, your horror and your dismay at the number of innocent civilians killed in Gaza. I received a letter from constituents under the banner of Families for a Ceasefire recently, signed by over 70 families in Monmouthshire, calling for a ceasefire and a ban on all arms sales to Israel. So I welcome the suspension of the 30 arms licences, but could my right honourable friend share with us when the further review of the remaining licences will be available, and also look at encouraging other countries around the world to do as we have done and suspend their licences to Israel? Thank you.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I recognise that this is a really big issue for her constituents, and I recall being in Wales a few months ago and this being raised with both of us as an issue when I was in opposition and speaking on behalf of the opposition benches. Our regime is our regime. Different countries will have different arrangements, and it is for them democratically to determine those arrangements, and they will have made a range of different assessments. And she'll also understand that, as I said, there are really only 2 or 3 countries that sell substantial amounts to Israel, and we are not one of them, in truth. The assessment that has been reached, regrettably, today, I think should satisfy all those who have been concerned with any breaches of international humanitarian law on the basis of a clear risk, which is the export licensing criteria. As I said in my statement, it is not a judgment. It is not for me or the government or any of us in this place to act as judge and jury. That is a matter for the appropriate international courts and must be determined in the usual way. And so I just emphasise it's the clear risk judgment on our export licence regime that has required me to make this judgment.
Chris Murray.
Thank you. I welcome the government's statement today, and I know that many of my constituency will as well. Our overwhelming priority must be an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Does the Foreign Secretary agree with me that both sides must come to a table to end this conflict, and will the Foreign Office strain every diplomatic sinew to effect it?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, yes, I say to my honourable friend, we need a ceasefire now, and it is in the hands of the major actors here to bring that about and get those hostages out, get that hostage deal. And so many families in Israel want to see that hostage deal and bring the suffering of the Palestinian people to an end so that the aid can get in the quantities that's required. It's within our reach. I had hoped, I'll be honest with him, I had hoped that we would have reached that point by now. But we must still reach to get there over the coming days.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've been talking about polio today because tragically we've learned about how this infectious disease is taking a grip in Gaza with the tragic diagnosis that we've had. However, there are many commutable diseases within Gaza which are spreading, and therefore just focusing on polio will not be sufficient to save lives. What further steps can he take to ensure that those windows of vaccination, of treatment and for bringing cure can be extended so more life can be saved?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for raising these issues. Can I assure her that myself and my colleague, the member for Oxford East, are on these issues, that our support for all medical aid in Gaza is paramount, and that sitting alongside the medical context, of course, is the nutrition context and the threat of famine and starvation, particularly, that leads to so many medical ailments. So she's right to emphasise these issues, and I can only say to her that we continue to work, particularly the UK particularly works on this front.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary rightly said in his statement that famine is looming ever larger in Gaza and, of course, just mentioned the issue of hunger and malnutrition. Yet the World Food Programme has only managed to bring in half the aid needed and indeed recently suspended movements of its staff after they came under attack. Can the Foreign Secretary expand on the assessment of hunger and malnutrition levels in Gaza and the specific action that the government is taking to push for unimpeded access to food aid?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for raising this issue. It is of tremendous concern that over the last few days the World Food Programme have suspended their activities in Gaza because their own workers have come under attack for the issues of deconfliction that has been raised already in this House, given the tremendous concern across the House about nutrition, about starvation and about famine. We will be redoubling our efforts over the coming days and working with international partners to see that people do not go without the food that would keep them from the famine status.
Matthew Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Foreign Secretary's call for an immediate ceasefire. That's the route for hostages to be returned home and for aid to flow into all corners of Gaza. I welcome the Foreign Secretary's call for a two-state solution, the only route to a lasting peace in the region. I also welcome the clarity that there is no moral equivalence between the Israeli government and the heinous action and intent of Hamas. Can I ask the Foreign Secretary what steps can be taken to stop or stem the flow of money and aid and weapons from Iran to its proxies who are so determined to bring about Israel's total destruction?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to the tone of the Honourable Gentleman's remarks. He's absolutely right to put the spotlight on Iran, and it's why I've announced further sanctions today. It's why we keep the position of the IRGC under close review. It's why I've spoken to the Iranians twice in the last few weeks and urged de-escalation. It's why also I've been to Lebanon and met with the Prime Minister, the Speaker and others, and those who could get messages to Hezbollah. We have amongst the very best military intelligence capability in the world, working with our partners. These are issues of utmost importance in relation to global security.
That concludes that statement, and before we move on to the next statement, we'll let the front benches change over. Before I call the Home Secretary to make her statement, I will remind the House that several hundred people have been charged with criminal offences relating to these disturbances.
Most of these cases are still before the courts. Public order is a matter of national importance, and I am therefore granting a limited waiver to the House's sub judice resolution in the following terms. Members may make statements of fact about the circumstances of the unrest, about the number of people arrested, charged and sentenced, and about the kinds of behaviour exhibited during these events. However, they may not refer to specific individuals who have been charged and are awaiting trial, or engage in any discussion or speculation about individual cases. Home Secretary Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I start, I want to pass our sympathies to the families of Sher Maximin and Musi Mnetu, who died sadly this weekend following violent incidents around Notting Hill Carnival. And our thoughts are with their friends and families at this terrible time, and our thanks go to the police who moved swiftly to charge suspects in both cases. There is no place for such appalling, senseless violence on our streets, and this government is determined to stamp out the scourge of serious violence wherever it is found. With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will now make a statement on the violent disorder that occurred earlier this summer. Just before the parliamentary recess, I made a statement to this House on the horrendous attack that took place in Southport on the 29th of July. 5 weeks on, our hearts still ache for the 3 precious little girls who lost their lives, for their loved ones, and for the other children who were injured or endured unspeakable horror that day. The House will know that a suspect has been charged and the investigation into the attack is ongoing. Those grieving families, the Southport community and the country will need answers, but for that reason the legal process must now take its course. That day in the House, all of us came together in sorrow and in solidarity with the families and with the people of Southport. And I spoke of the bravery, the compassion and the distress of the police, the paramedics and the firefighters that I had met that morning who were first on the scene. So it is truly appalling that within hours of that statement, those same Southport police were facing the most disgraceful, violent attacks from criminals and thugs. Police officers pelted with bricks and bottles, the local mosque, a place of worship, subjected to violent attack. And while millions of decent people across the country were praying for bereaved families, a criminal minority of thugs and extremists saw only an opportunity to hijack a town's grief. The Merseyside Chief Constable, Serena Kennedy, spoke at the funeral of Alice de Silva Aguiar, and she said she hoped that anyone taking part in the violent disorder was hanging their head in shame at the pain that they had caused the bereaved family. In the days that followed, we saw further disgraceful violent disorder in a number of towns and cities, repeated attacks on the very police officers whose job it is to keep communities safe, over 100 officers injured. In Sunderland, a citizens' advice branch set alight. In Liverpool, a library and vital community hub was torched. In Hull, shops were looted and a mosque was targeted. In Rotherham, a hotel used as asylum accommodation was set alight when people were inside. In Bolton, clashes between rival groups involved fireworks and bottles thrown. And we saw people targeted on the streets because of the colour of their skin. This disgraceful disorder and racist hatred, including that whipped up by a hateful minority online, was an insult to those grieving over Southport. So let us be very clear, those violent and criminal attacks were not protests, they were not about grievance, they were thuggery, racism and crime. Plenty of people across the country have strong views about crime, about policing, about immigration, asylum, the NHS and more, but they don't pick up bricks and throw them at the police. They don't loot shops or attack places of worship, and they don't set buildings alight knowing that other human beings are inside. There's lots to debate on all kinds of policy issues,
but no one should make excuses for violence or thuggery that risks public safety. This was brazen criminality perpetrated in many cases by those with existing criminal convictions. The Prime Minister and I made clear that criminals would pay the price for their violence, and we meant it. The Prime Minister announced a new National Violent Disorder Programme to bring together the best policing capabilities and enhance intelligence sharing across forces. And ministers worked daily with the police and criminal justice partners to ensure that there was a strong and determined response. The National Police Coordination Centre operated a national mobilisation plan to ensure strategic reserves of public order officers were ready to be deployed in support of different police forces. Over 40,000 officer shifts were worked by public order officers over 10 days, with over 6,600 public order officers deployed on one day alone. Rest days were cancelled, additional hours were worked. The Crown Prosecution Service deployed over 100 additional prosecutors, boosting their 24-hour charging service with additional advice from the Director of Public Prosecutions so they could move swiftly to charge. The Ministry of Justice accelerated the work on new cells to bring 500 more prison places on stream earlier, and the Lord Chancellor made clear that the courts stood ready to hear all the cases coming through. And the Home Office established a new rapid procedure for security support for mosques to ensure that communities felt supported and felt safe. In total, around 1,280 people have been arrested, around 800 charges have been made, and over 570 individuals have been brought before the courts for offences like violent disorder, assaults on emergency workers, arson, and for encouraging violent attacks online. This robust and swift response from government and the criminal justice system has provided a strong deterrent and showed our steadfast determination to keep people safe. And most importantly, order was restored. But I want now to just update the House on some of the next steps we will take. First, we will take forward positive policing reform to build on the important work done by the National Police Coordination Centre this summer. I want particularly to thank the Chair of the National Police Chiefs Council and Public Order Lead for the mobilisation work that they did. But the reality is that the coordination infrastructure and systems that they had to work with were too weak. And I'm therefore asking His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services to work quickly with the MPCC, the College of Policing and National Lead for Public Order to review the lessons from this summer's events so we can ensure strong coordination intelligence systems are in place and that there is sufficient public order policing for the future. Second, as well as ensuring there's proper punishment for those responsible for the disorder, we'll be pressing forward at pace with this government's mission to take back the safety of our streets and restore respect for the police and rule of law. We will put thousands more neighbourhood police officers and PCSOs back on the streets, reversing the collapse in community policing and rebuilding the relationship between local communities and forces. And this government is very clear. Wherever and whenever violence and disorder emerges, whether in Hartlepool or Hare Hills, Sunderland or Stoke, we expect crimes to face consequences and perpetrators to face the full force of the law. And the criminal violence we saw after the Southport attacks was not the only violent disorder this summer. We also saw disgraceful arson and attacks on the police in Hare Hills. In that case too, 32 people have been arrested, and in the last week, 3 men have pled guilty for arson and violent disorder after a bus was set alight. But third, I've been concerned for a long time not enough is being done to counter extremism, including both Islamist extremism and far-right extremism, as there's been no proper strategy in place since 2015. I have ordered a rapid review of extremism to ensure we have the strongest possible response to poisonous ideologies that corrode community cohesion and fray the fabric of our democracy. And alongside that, the Deputy Prime Minister is overseeing cross-government work to consider how we support our communities and address issues of cohesion in the longer term. Fourth, the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology will strengthen the requirements for social media companies to take responsibility for the poison proliferated on their platforms with the rollout of the measures in the Online Safety Act, and we will continue to be clear that criminal content online results in criminal sanctions offline. And fifth, we stand ready to support the police through the special grant for policing and the Home Office will work with police and crime commissioners to ensure that the Riot Compensation Act works effectively in the areas that are affected. Madam Deputy Speaker, the country recoiled in horror at the scenes of violence and disorder in some cities and towns earlier in this summer. But let there be no doubt, the minority of criminal and thugs who sought to cause havoc do not represent Britain. Instead, across the country, we saw decent people coming together to support each other, to clean up the damage, to rebuild communities. The bricklayers who repaired the wall of the Southport Mosque, the residents who donated funds and books to restock the Spellow Library, the volunteers in Sunderland who found a new site to offer community advice, and there are so many more examples. And those small, unassuming acts of selflessness should serve as a message to the criminals and extremists that they do not speak for Britain and they never will. Yeah. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary James Cleverly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for an advanced copy of her statements. And I wish once again to pay my respects to the victims of the Southport attacks. The murder of 3 young girls in Southport was horrific, and our thoughts are with them, their families, their friends, and of course the local community. My thoughts are also with the families and friends of those who were killed at the Notting Hill Carnival. The government and Mayor of London must do more to end the criminality and violence which too regularly mars this event, and they must bring forward credible plans to improve the safety of this well ahead of next year's carnivals. I pay tribute to the bravery of our police officers across the country who put themselves in harm's way to deal with the violence perpetrated by thugs this summer. There is not and can never be any excuse, justification or rationale for the violent disorder that we have seen. We cannot and will not let rioting thugs or extremists win. The government must always back our police officers to do what is necessary to maintain law and order, and attacks on the police by any group must not be tolerated. And intimidation of the public or the media cannot be allowed. So does the Home Secretary now see that the comments made by one of her own ministers at the time of the riots, seemingly making excuses for armed thugs intimidating the media, undermines the government's credibility, reinforces the accusations of bias, and puts people, including police officers, at increased risk? And does she now also recognise that the Labour leadership kneeling in the immediate aftermath of the Black Lives Matter disorder, when violent protesters attacked police officers, looks like her party takes some forms of violence less seriously than other forms of violence? And does she accept that any perception whatsoever of treating the same crimes differently based on the race, religion or community of the perpetrators increases tension rather than reduces it? And does she accept that at times of heightened tension, government ministers must be and must seem to be even-handed and demand even-handedness of others? Does she also recognise that the delay in holding a COBRA meeting until almost a week after these events started was a mistake? That it created a vacuum and delayed the actions which could have brought this disorder to an end more quickly? At the time of the disorder, the Prime Minister claimed he would create, and I quote, a standing army of public order police officers. What progress has been made in the intervening weeks to make that claim a reality? After the murder of the 3 young girls in Southport, the Right Honourable Lady and I discussed across the dispatch box the impact of misinformation and disinformation online. When I was Home Secretary, I travelled to the United States to deliver this message directly to the leadership of the tech firms and make
House of Commons sound. House of Commons sound. House of Commons sound. House of Commons sound.
Introduced by the Conservative government when I was on her side of the House, to ensure that the police are able to take firm action and clamp down on crime with all the force that the law allows, without the fear of being strung up for years in endless investigations. In government, we recruited 20,000 new police officers, but they will be hampered in their work if they do not feel supported by the government when they take the firm action needed to keep the people of this country safe. Violence has absolutely no place on our streets. Anyone who engages in violent disorder or commits violent crimes must face the full force of the law, no matter who they are. And we will continue to hold the government to account to ensure that they deal with disorder swiftly, effectively, fairly, and even-handedly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, look, I welcome, obviously, the Shadow Home Secretary's words of support for the Southport families and his reassertion that there can be no excuse for violent disorder. But I have to say the rest of his response sounded an awful lot more like a pitch to Tory party members in the middle of a leadership election than it did a serious response to the scale of the disorder that we saw and the need for a serious policing response. So he asked the issue around the strategic reserve. He asked about the standing army. We set up the strategic reserve. It was in place for the second weekend, and we had thousands of police officers who were ready, not the old arrangements that he used to, that we inherited from him, where mutual aid was had to be on call and had to be stood up in a rush when it was called for, but we actually got the police public order officers ready and deployed at strategic locations around the country so that they could move fast in order to be able to be there when they were needed. And this really goes to the heart of the problems that we inherited from the Home Secretary, the Shadow Home Secretary, and from my predecessor. The central coordination that he had left in place was far too weak. The officers, the chief officers who were involved in trying to get mutual aid in place, trying to coordinate intelligence, had very weak infrastructure, very weak systems in place. They hadn't been supported over very, very many years. In fact, some of his predecessors had tried to get rid of a lot of the work of the National Policing Coordination Centre. So our approach instead is to say that we should strengthen it. We believe that we should strengthen that coordination and we should strengthen the central coordination. We will work with the police to do so, and that is why I have asked the Inspectorate to operate. Secondly, he refers the issues around, seriously, I mean, on social media, the action against social media, his party delayed the Online Safety Act for years, year after year. My colleague, the Secretary of State for Science and Technology, has already been working closely to put more pressure onto the social media companies, but his party did nothing for years. It is far too late for them to try and call for action. The policing use of force review is important and will continue. But I have to say to him finally, this issue about he is playing all these games, undermining the credibility of the police, trying to blame the Prime Minister for something that happened 4 years ago. He's somehow responsible for the violent disorder on our streets this summer, and also undermining the credibility of police officers who take an oath. Each individual officer takes an oath to operate without fear or favour. And I would just remind him, his predecessor, the previous Home Secretary, was the one who first tried to undermine and attack the credibility of the police in the run-up to Armistice Day, and that is why we then ended up with a bunch of thugs trying to get to the cenotaph to disrupt the service and launching violent attacks on the police. That's the only reason he got the job of Home Secretary in the first place, because everyone condemned his predecessor for her behaviour. I'm so sorry that he's decided in a leadership election to follow her example rather than something that I really thought he was better than.
Andy Slaughter.
What a surprise. Can I compliment the Home Secretary and the Lord Chancellor on the robust response that the whole criminal justice system took to the recent riots and violent disorder. But was she, like me, concerned about the number of very young people who have been taking part, pre-teen in some cases? What does she think is the solution, both to rehabilitation and preventing in the future young people of that age becoming involved in this disgraceful behaviour?
My honourable friend makes a really important point about the number of young people involved. Some of those who were involved had a string of convictions, a string of past history, but there were also young people who were drawn into violence and disorder, sometimes in antisocial behaviour and looting of shops, sometimes into serious violence as well. And I think there is an important issue about how we prevent young people getting drawn into violence and antisocial behaviour. It's one of the reasons we are so determined to set up the Young Futures programme. It's also one of the reasons that I think we need to look at online radicalisation of young people as well as part of the extremism review.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Home Secretary for advancing to the statement and associate myself and my party with her comments and her praise for the bravery and professionalism of the police and the other emergency services that we saw throughout these disgraceful episodes. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think this is a moment for everyone in this House to make it clear which side they are on. It simply is not credible to talk about two-tier policing and then in this next breath to say that you also support the police. The Home Secretary is correct to call out the disorder that we've seen for what it is. She says thuggery, racism and crime. So we support on these benches the steps that she has announced, but does she agree that actually this renders urgent the need to appoint an independent advisor on Islamophobia, a post that has been vacant for the last 2 years, and also to have a formal definition of Islamophobia in order to underpin and inform government policy across the board and across all departments?
And I welcome the Honourable Member's support for the police and the work that they did, and the importance of ensuring that these kinds of crimes are not tolerated and that they should face consequences. He's right that there were significant attacks on mosques, one of the reasons why we brought forward the work around mosque security, and he's also right that we do need to challenge Islamophobia, anti-Muslim hate, wherever it is found, and the Deputy Prime Minister is taking forward that work.
Patrick Hurley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary rightly started her statement by remembering the victims of the horrific attack in my Southport constituency, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank her for that. It's one of the most appalling aspects of the disorder that we saw across the country last month, that we continually heard the claim from the thugs involved that they'd been driven to commit their acts of violence by the killing of little Bibi, Elsie Dot and Alice. That claim is a grotesque lie. And no one is more furious about that lie than the people of Southport, who wanted to just be allowed to deal with their grief and their anguish in their own way, and to support the families of those who'd been killed. It's no surprise to me that some of the targets of the violence were places of worship, Citizens Advice Bureau, a library. These are the places where communities go when they heal each other, when they are driven to improve each other and driven to improve themselves. And the thugs who attacked those targets set their face against that community self-improvement. So it's no surprise that they were the targets that they attacked. For those who continue to propagate the lie that there were justifiable concerns from the thuggery that we saw, or that the actions of the mob are somehow justified, I'd like to ask the Home Secretary to please reiterate that what happened in Southport provides no justification at all for anyone throwing bricks at the police, for anyone attacking people in their own cars or burning down buildings with people inside them, and that for anyone to pretend otherwise is too horrific for words.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his powerful words on behalf of his constituents, and also his work to stand up for his constituents and the people of Southport, and for those families who had to endure the most unspeakable horror and are still having to deal with the consequences of what happened. And his words for them and for his community about how no one should ever use the terrible attack on 3 little girls as being an excuse for the kinds of violent disorder that we have seen is absolutely right. I am so sorry that the families he represents and the community he represents has had to endure not just the original attack, but also people claiming to be doing things in the name of Southport when clearly they have not been doing, and it is simply crime.
Sir Julian Lewis.
The Home Secretary agree that one of the reasons why what might be called her shock and awe policy successfully shut down the violence so quickly was the speed with which the offenders were brought before the courts and sentenced. And if she does agree with that as a deterrent for the future, how can that model be adapted in other areas of justice?
I think the Honourable Member makes a really important point here, because there's no doubt that the swift response, the policing swift response, the prosecution swift response and the criminal justice system swift response clearly had a very strong impact and clearly was a deterrent and an overwhelming signal to people that if they get involved in disorder, they will pay the price. And he's right, really the implicit thing in his question is that there are long delays in the criminal justice system at the moment. We have seen long delays often in prosecutions. It's why it's one of the things that we are keen to work closely on is the better cooperation between policing and the prosecution and CPS in order to be able to remove some of the bureaucracy in place, in order to be able to speed up charges. But it's why we do recognise there has been a lot of damage to the criminal justice system. We do need to turn that round, because that is fundamental to respect for the rule of law.
Dawn Butler. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just put on record what a powerful statement from the Honourable Member from Southport. There is no excuse to be racist or to use the innocent lives of Elsie, Alison and Bibi. Thank you, my honourable friend, for mentioning Chair Maximum and Musi Imnetu. And it is important in this House that we're all mindful about the language that we use and when we use it and how we use it, especially when we're referring to immigration and migration. And it is also important that we not only talk about thuggery, racism, but also Islamophobia. The rise in racism is frightening. And Love Music, Hate Racism are doing a lot of work around raging against hate. And I hope my right honourable friends will help and encourage them in that work. And will my honourable friend agree with me that we do need stronger regulations around social media companies?
Well, I welcome the points that my honourable friend has made. And I think one of the really most troubling things that we saw during those days of violence disorder was people feeling fearful to be out on the streets because of the colour of their skin. And that should never happen in our country. And that is why we do have to challenge racism, we do have to challenge extremism wherever it is found. My honourable friend, the Secretary of State, Right Honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Science and Technology, is bringing forward the measures in the Online Safety Act, which will require social media companies to take action where there is criminal content. There has been considerable concern about criminal content remaining online, and we do need the social media companies to take responsibility for that.
Gavin Robinson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and welcome to the Chair. Can I agree with the Home Secretary about her condemnation of violence, and indeed I suspect her unwillingness to open up this statement because she wants the voice of this House to be one of condemnation of violence. She is right about that, and she will know that the streets of Northern Ireland faced the same difficulties that England faced over the course of the summer. Almost 20 PSNI officers injured on our streets, and they benefited from the mutual aid support from Police Scotland during that time. She's not responsible for policing in Northern Ireland, but she is responsible for immigration policy throughout the United Kingdom. Can I ask her at some stage to indicate to this House and to the country what steps she will take to repair the damage of the last government through the Illegal Migration Act and the Safety of Rwanda Act, which specifically for the first time now do not apply in Northern Ireland following court judgment because of the Windsor Framework? We no longer have a uniform immigration policy in this country. And can I ask her as Home Secretary what steps she will take to address that?
Can I first join the Honourable Member in condemning the appalling violent disorder that we saw on the streets of Belfast, and the disorder that we saw in Northern Ireland, and also to welcome the support from Police Scotland and the mutual aid that took place. He raises important issues about immigration policy. I'm very happy to debate those, also to talk to him directly further about this. It's important. There are a whole series of areas where reforms are going to be needed, and there's an important debate to take place around border security, around the asylum system, around the way immigration rules operate, and so on, where there are reforms that this government wants to bring forward. I simply think that it is really important that no one excuses the kind of violent disorder we saw as being somehow related to issues about policy, where lots of people have really strong views about immigration policy. They don't pick up bricks and throw them at the police.
Jonathan Brash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the violence that took place in my constituency of Hartlepool on the 31st of July was perpetrated by a minority of violent thugs, and I would like to place on record my thanks to the police, some of whom ended up in hospital that evening as a result of them defending their town and the people who live there. It's undoubtedly the case that the violence that we saw was fueled by the lies and misinformation that are largely, although not exclusively, perpetrated online. What can you do, Home Secretary, to challenge and prevent the spread of this misinformation, and to clear the way to allow us to have the debate, the wider debate about asylum and immigration that decent, hard-working people want to have, free from these lies?
Well, my honourable friend is right that there has been continual misinformation and often deliberate misinformation as well. I would also say, though, that I think those who made the decision to choose to get involved in violent disorder, attacks on the police, attacks on shops, the looting, the disgraceful attacks, they have to take responsibility for their own actions. They cannot blame things that they saw online for that. They have to take responsibility for their own actions. But equally, we have also been made clear that what is criminal offline is also criminal online, and there is important responsibility on those posting online, but also the social media companies to make sure that criminal content is taken down. He's also right, we should be able to have a serious debate about issues around immigration, about issues around asylum, about issues around the stronger border controls, for example, that this government wants to see and to bring in. But I do think that is separate from the kind of violent disorder that we saw, and nobody should use policy issues around crime policing, around any issue, as being any kind of excuse for violence on our streets.
Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What percentage of these cases were dealt with by district judges rather than the lay magistrate, and where was that change made within the CPS, and will those changes be applied to new disorders, for example, committed by Extinction Rebellion or Just Stop Oil, and will they be applied to the Manchester Airport incident?
So the Honourable Member will know that the charging decisions and also which courts take the decisions is obviously not a matter for government, rightly so. These are independent matters, both for the CPS and for the courts and for the judicial system. I'm happy to write to her with detailed information about the numbers of cases that have been dealt with in the different courts, as I don't have that information to hand.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to extend my gratitude to the Home Secretary for her statement and echo her acknowledgement for the remarkable courage and dedication of the police. Last month, officers across the country and in my constituency of Blackpool South faced significant challenges as they bravely stood against a barrage of projectiles, working diligently to protect our local mosque, hotels and town centres from hateful extremists seeking to disrupt our communities. Lancashire Police were outstanding. They stood tall and resolute in the face of adversity, just like I'd seen countless times when I was serving as Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner. So will the Home Secretary join me in thanking all those police across our country, and especially in Lancashire, and acknowledge that we are fortunate to have such a dedicated, brave and professional group of officers who are at the front line battling crime and disorder?
And I welcome the points that my honourable friend has made, and just put on record my strong gratitude towards police officers across the country and my tribute to them. Officers who gave up their rest days, who worked additional overtime, who were particularly stretched during that period in August to make sure that they had enough public order trained police on the streets. They did a remarkable job, and all of us should show them our gratitude and our support.
Pete Wishart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think first of all we in Scotland are grateful that we were spared any of the violence that we saw throughout the rest of the United Kingdom. But where she says she wants a debate, does she accept that the way that immigrants and asylum seekers are being portrayed by a whole host of political voices has helped to foster and ferment and even encourage some of the scenes that we witnessed? And those that have been whipping up this type of activity must be held to account, as are those that peddled the misinformation. And will she also help that debate by talking a little bit more positively about immigration, stop demonising asylum seekers, and will she try and encourage that we do have that debate, but it's a better debate?
Well, I certainly think we should have sort of honest and practical debates about issues rather than debates that end up being lost in rhetoric and often losing sight of the facts and the practical issues as well. I do also think that some of what we saw was we have seen extremism as well as local criminals and thugs. Sometimes it was people who had a violent history of crime in the local area who also got involved in this. And so I think in terms of dealing with the disorder, we have to deal with all the different aspects and all the different origins of it as well.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the strong leadership that the Home Secretary has shown on this, and the truth is these events did not happen in a vacuum. That's why after 3 days of distress and panic in Walthamstow, because somebody published a list suggesting that thugs were going to come to our community, thousands of people took to our streets. They stood with members of our local mosques and churches, holding hands with them to keep them safe. They helped businesses board up their properties. We even had knitters against Nazis. But the truth is, we know in Walthamstow, which is we're grateful for that solidarity, that the fear endures even after the immediate threat has gone. And that is the challenge that we have to deal with in this place. Those people who promote anger rather than answers to the challenges that we face in our society. The Home Secretary has talked about a review. Can she set out for us actually what she means by far-right extremism and what we will mean by these terms? Because those details matter in being able to have these debates and give confidence to those communities that are targeted that we stand with them, as we did in Walthamstow that day, and we will do every day.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. Look, nobody in Britain should ever feel afraid because of the colour of their skin. And that is the really troubling thing that we found people saying and feeling as a result of the violent disorder that we saw earlier in the summer. I have set up a review around countering extremism. I have had concerns for a long time that not enough is being done to counter extremism in this country, and that means both the far right extremism and also Islamist extremism and some of the other forms of changing extremism that don't fit necessarily into the same clear, more historic categories. There's been a definition that the Home Office has used for a long time around extreme right-wing extremism and some of the issues online, but we also know there are changing patterns, particularly with online radicalisation that are taking place. And that's why I think this review is so important. The last countering extremism strategy was set out in 2015. So much has changed since then, especially around online radicalisation, but we need to tackle all forms of extremism and violent hatred because it's too important to our well-being as a democracy and who we are as a country. We have always stood against that kind of extremism. We must continue to do so.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, the amount of stabbings and deaths by stabbings in this country is reaching shocking levels. Now, we've seen the Home Secretary and the Prime Minister over the past few weeks have fast-tracked these violent criminals on these riots, got them in the courts and in prison within 2 weeks. Isn't it about time we did the same with these yobbos, these thugs that are carrying knives?
Well, I say to the honourable member, I welcome his support for the speedy response from the police and criminal justice system to the violence that we've seen on our streets. And I agree with him that I think it is a serious problem that we have inherited such huge long delays in the criminal justice system and the ability to get cases very swiftly to court. That is particularly the issues around knife crime, which again, knife crime has substantially increased in recent years, and it is why the newly elected Labour government has made halving knife crime part of our mission for safer streets across this country. We want to see stronger action against young people who are caught and get drawn into knife crime. We want to see a stronger Young Futures prevention programme, and we want to see stronger action against the online companies who continue to make it far too easy to get hold of knives. We have to have stronger action across the board to speed up the processes and make sure that there are consequences for knife crime.
Nadia Whittam.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the appalling racist riots may be over for now, but the ideology behind them is a growing threat, both here and internationally. In Germany, for example, the far right has just won a state election for the first time since the Second World War. Does the Home Secretary agree with me that to prevent more people being won over by the far right, our government must deliver proper improvements in living standards to combat disillusionment and refuse to march to the beat of their drum on immigration and Islamophobia?
I was just respond to the points that the honourable member has made, honourable friend has made. Clearly, we want to see increasing living standards right across the board. That is immensely important. We also need to have a serious and sensible debate around a range of policies, including around crime, including around immigration and the issues that the Home Office is responsible for. I think, but the other issue that I would say is I think that the kinds of online radicalisation that we have seen, be that into both far-right extremism and also into Islamist extremism, we have to have much stronger action against counter that online radicalisation. That's why we are setting up this new review around countering extremism. And we also have to make sure that people take responsibility for those who are committing the crimes, who are committing the disorder and violent crimes, have to take responsibility for that, because there is no excuse, be it around any policy issue or living standards or any issue, can never stand as an excuse for that kind of violence, the sorts of racist attacks and the kind of disorder that we saw.
Sian Berry.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the ugly racist mob violence we saw in our towns and cities this summer was incited and organised by far-right groups, often using electronic platforms including Telegram and X. For example, on Telegram, we know that groups have distributed instructions for making petrol bombs, and locations of hotels housing migrants and offices of immigration lawyers were also shared. We also know that Elon Musk, the proprietor of X, has greatly amplified some accounts that promote racist violence in our cities, while failing to take action to remove others. As part of her response, will the Home Secretary therefore be looking at options for prosecuting those who own platforms that may have enabled or committed crimes under Section 2 of the Terrorism Act 2006?
Well, the honourable member will be aware that the Online Safety Act has been long delayed, but it does still need to be fully implemented. And one of the issues around the Online Safety Act includes the responsibility on the social media companies to remove illegal content. And many of the things that she was raising are illegal content that is still available online, and it is shocking and irresponsible that some of that material is still available online. That is why we need the speedy implementation of the Online Safety Act, and particularly starting with those measures around the criminal content and the requirements to remove it. But I think there's actually a much broader responsibility on these social media companies as well, for some of they're ignoring their own terms and conditions, ignoring their responsibility towards communities and towards public safety, and they need to take that more seriously too.
Can I encourage members to have short questions, and the Home Secretary please to make answers shorter, as I'd like to get everyone in. Joe White.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Home Secretary for her statement. She has made the point, and I agree with her, that it is perfectly possible to have a debate in our country about immigration and many other issues without resorting to looting shops, attacking minority groups and throwing bricks at police. In my constituency, I regularly have conversations with local people who feel that net migration is too high, who worry about the cost of asylum hotels and about the number of people entering our country illegally. And in electing me, they have an MP who is prepared to raise these issues in Parliament and work with the government to address them. Would the Home Secretary agree with me that this is how this democratic country should operate like ours, rather than a bunch of hooligans using it as an excuse to smash up shops, burn cars and attack the police?
My honourable friend is exactly right. There is an important debate that we can have in this place and amongst all of us, and it's this kind of debate that people do have in communities across the country about issues that she raises around net migration, around issues around border control. All of those, most of us across the country talk about and work out what the action is needed and the policies that are needed, but that is no excuse for taking the kind of violent action that we have seen, attacking police officers whose very job it is to keep us safe.
Gregory Campbell.
Deputy Speaker, would the Home Secretary agree with me that at the start of the trouble in Northern Ireland, I went to our Deputy First Minister and got her, with the help of the local health trust, to visit our local hospital, where we were able to offer some form of reassurance to people of whatever background in every country of origin that they came from, that they had our total support. Would you agree that that is a good, positive way to approach this, but also that we identify and speak about some of the issues that many people have about illegal immigration, and try to ensure that we don't see in this country what we have seen in other countries across the EU?
Well, the honourable member is right that the thing that we have always done in this country is people have come together, people have worked together, people work together on issues, on tackling problems, on debating issues. The people who were responsible for this kind of violence and these attacks, including on our police officers, do not speak for the United Kingdom. They really don't. They don't speak for any part of the UK, and we should never let them do so.
Apsana Begum.
Deputy Speaker, for too long, Muslims have been scapegoated for the failings of the political and economic system by the same type of politics which led to the hostile environment for migrants. Could the Home Secretary outline what steps she will take to ensure that any measures that arise from the rapid review of extremism do not perpetuate or extend harm to the very communities, Muslims and migrants, who have been the primary target of the far right's violence?
Well, the honourable member makes an important point. The whole purpose of having a review around countering extremism is to make sure that we are tackling the kinds of extremism that we have seen grow in this country in recent years, and that includes the far-right extremism, it also includes the Islamist extremism, it includes the kinds of Islamophobia that we have seen, and the violent Islamophobia and attacks that we have seen, as well as concerns around anti-Semitic attacks as well. We have to make sure that we do so, and we work with communities, and that is immensely important, that we work with communities who are often the most affected by extremism and by the damage that it can do.
Jim Allister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I join in the condemnation of the thuggery and violence that we all saw and deplored. But could I take the Home Secretary back to the point alluded to by the Honourable Member for East Belfast? Is she comfortable with the fact that under the Windsor framework, any immigration policy that she devises must pass through the filter of EU law and is subject to the requirements of EU law? How could a Home Secretary implement a national policy so long as that prevails? And will she act with this government in setting aside that which they inherited from the Tory government, that imposition of the loss of sovereignty over immigration and so many other matters as far as Northern Ireland is concerned?
Well, I would say to the honourable members, there will be many opportunities in this House to talk about the details of immigration policy, and I will certainly do that and to discuss those issues further with him, be it around the border security, be it around wider issues on immigration policy. Very happy to do so. This statement obviously was about the violent disorder that we saw this summer and how we ensure that cannot be repeated, how we make sure that we have the reforms in place to address that.
Andrew Peggs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the strong leadership this Government and the Home Secretary has taken. Even though Peterborough avoided the right-wing thuggery that many places saw earlier this summer, despite the best efforts of online misinformation and rumours, the events of the summer cast a long shadow onto communities and constituencies like mine. And I'd really like to put on record my thanks to Peterborough's Joint Mosque Council, Community First, Peterborough Community User Group, Unity Group, as well as the police and council officers who worked around the clock to keep businesses and communities safe. Can the Home Secretary give confidence and comfort to communities like mine that we will continue to tackle in the weeks and months ahead extremism and Islamophobia and anti-Muslim hatred, which isn't just about this summer, has been rising over the recent years and is part of the source we need to tackle in this issue?
Well, my honourable friend is right, and it's why the Deputy Prime Minister is taking forward work around community cohesion and also just recognising that really right across the country, the overwhelming majority of people were truly appalled by what we saw from a small minority of people. The action that we took was important because it meant that that small minority who were involved in disorder faced the consequences for doing so. Nevertheless, they do not speak for Britain, and they certainly don't speak for his community.
Jim Shannon.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Home Secretary very much for her statement and the Right Honourable Lady's clear, strong leadership and indeed swift action. Well done, Home Secretary. I think it's one that each one of us as MPs and across this great nation wish to see. In Northern Ireland, we have remained untouched with the unrest that has been seen on the mainland, but Newton Ards in particular, if I can just say this, sometimes, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's easy to focus upon the negatives, but the positives are there as well, where people come together as one, all the religions, all the political persuasions come to one, and they stand together against what happens. I think they have to take some encouragement in that. But in regard to community tensions, in my estimation, what is essential is that every everyday person who has legitimate concerns with illegal immigration are not drawn into situations which become less about the right to display disapproval and protest, but more about violence. Home Secretary, how will government seek to ensure that those with legitimate concerns are heard, and that those whose intent is simply to disrupt and destroy are dealt with very appropriately? Thank you.
Well, welcome the honourable member's points that he makes on this and his recognition of the seriousness of and the damage done by the violent disorder. He's also right that there is an important debate that most people in the country want to have a serious debate about, about the importance that net migration needs to come down. We have been clear our view on that, why we also need stronger border security in place, and we also need to recognise, I think most people across the country want to see both stronger border controls and also the UK to continue to be a country that does its bit to help those who have fled persecution and conflict, but also where the rules are properly respected and enforced, and those who don't have a right to be in the UK are properly returned. So there are a whole series of proper issues that we should debate around immigration. I think most people want to be part of, but I also think the overwhelming majority of people don't want to go anywhere near this kind of violence and thuggery, because that's not the kind of country we are. That is not the kind of values that most people in this country have. Most of us, as he says, want to come together to support each other and to have serious debates, not engage in attacks on police officers and attacks on communities.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by sending my condolences to the family, friends and loved ones of those 3 little girls murdered in Southport. Liverpool has a very proud history of fighting right-wing terrorism on the streets of our city. However, the diverse communities of my Liverpool Riverside constituency, particularly those who are visibly black and Muslim, are still very anxious about going out due to the rise in racism and Islamophobia. My honourable friend has mentioned how the Deputy Prime Minister is doing some work around community cohesion, but I would be very grateful if you confirm whether local authorities like mine will receive additional funding to undertake this work.
Well, the Deputy Prime Minister will be working with local councils across the country around what we need to do to improve cohesion. The Deputy Prime Minister and I have discussed this, the importance of these issues many times, and having the work alongside each other, where the Home Office will lead the work around countering extremism, and the Deputy Prime Minister's Office, the MCHLG, leads the work around strengthening community cohesion with local councils, because my honourable friend is exactly right. You cannot have a situation where people feel afraid or at risk on the streets of this country because of the colour of the skin or because of their religion as well. And that's why it's so important that we have the 2 programmes of work in parallel around cohesion and around extremism.
Colin Naismith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Home Secretary agree with me that those who suggest that we have some form of 2-tier policing in this country only serve to undermine our brave frontline police officers who put themselves at risk every single day to maintain order, and that anybody who does so does it not in our country's name or traditions?
Well, my honourable friend makes an important point here, because police officers in this country take an oath when they become officers to operate without fear or favour, and they work immensely hard to uphold that, and they do so right across the country. We rightly have operational independence for policing as well, and we have seen these claims used by those who somehow want to legitimise attacks on the police, the very police who are working so hard to keep us safe. It is wrong to do so. We should be supporting the police. We should be working with the police to raise standards across policing and working with the police to make sure that they can continue to do their work to keep our communities safe.
Jake Richardson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the scenes outside a hotel in Wath over the summer took place just a few miles away from my constituency. A group of rioters attended a hotel, set it on fire, knowing full well there were innocent people inside, including a constituent of mine who was being housed there with her children by the local authority under their statutory responsibilities as she had recently been made homeless. Local police officers worked 20-hour shifts to keep her safe. And the next day after the riots, local people attended to clear up the rubble. And in the weeks after, community groups like the Dinnington Boxing Community Group organised events to show unity and solidarity in the face of violence. Does the Home Secretary agree with me that that is the true spirit of South Yorkshire and not the act of those mindless thugs who attacked the hotel in Wath?
Well, my honourable friend makes a really important point and speaks very powerfully for his constituency. I'm so sorry that his constituent was affected in this way by the violence. And he is right to talk about the true spirit of South Yorkshire and communities that come together right across our coalfield communities. There is a spirit of solidarity of people coming together and really strong communities who pull together and who will not stand for this sort of violence or thuggery.
Lewis Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents in Sunderland Central were appalled by the criminal disorder we saw on our streets at the start of August, and which are in no way representative of our city. The contrast between thugs who prefer destruction with the decent law-abiding majority was clearly shown by the response of our community. Whether that be Northumbria police officers standing up and protecting our communities in the face of attacks, the hundreds of residents of every race and religion turning up the day after, not just to sweep away the shards of glass, but also the shards of hatred that had been sown the night before. Or whether that be the Sunderland CAB, who refused to let the arson attack stop them providing services. So will she join me in praising the response of the people of Sunderland and similar communities across the country? And does she agree it is their example we should be building upon as we look to strengthen community cohesion in the future?
My honourable friend is exactly right, and he speaks strongly for the people of Sunderland who came together, the volunteers who made sure the Citizens' Advice could still keep working and could provide support for local people who were vulnerable and who needed advice and help. They made sure that that would continue. They have worked with the police, with local communities, and they are the people who speak not just for Sunderland, but the whole of Britain.
Afzal Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Home Secretary for her statement today and for the swift action during the violent disorder to provide a reassurance to mosques and the Muslim communities that this blatant Islamophobia will not be tolerated. The Home Secretary announced rapid access to the Protective Security for Mosques funding scheme, which was welcomed by mosques across the UK to help them to provide additional security when needed. Can the Home Secretary confirm how many have now accessed this funding and what proactive engagement the Home Office is doing with the mosques and the Muslim organisation to support them in their funding applications?
My honourable friend makes an important point about the procedure we brought in, the emergency procedure, to be able to accelerate support for mosques, security provisions to put in place for mosques, because frankly everybody has the right to feel safe at their place of worship and to be able to do so without fear of attack. I will send him the further details of the update on the precise numbers. Dozens of mosques came forward and were provided with swift support to make sure that they had that security in place under the accelerated procedure. It's really important that Muslim communities can feel safe.
Jessica Toll.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the Home Secretary's statement and welcome the range of police reforms she has outlined. I want to put on record my thanks to Dorset Police for their rapid and proactive work with local residents, community groups, mosques, protesters and counter-protesters to prevent two organised protests in Bournemouth Town Centre from descending into the type of violent disorder that we saw in other parts of the country. It will take time to roll out some of these police reforms, which I hope will include the funding formula, which currently doesn't recognise the seasonal challenges we face every year in Bournemouth. But does she agree with me that we are lucky to have such dedicated and professional police forces on the front lines, preventing crime and disorder with the limited resources that they do have?
Yeah. My honourable friend makes a point really about the tradition of British policing, which I think is one we should feel proud of in this country. It stretches back to Peel, that the police do operate without fear and favour, but that they are operationally independent, and that the tradition is that the police are the public are the police. We have a tradition of policing by consent. It's why the drop in confidence in policing in recent years is a real challenge, and it's why this government is determined to turn that around and to work with the police to rebuild confidence in policing, and it's why we'll continue to support police, including with more neighbourhood policing as well, because I think we should feel very proud of the British policing model and support it.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Home Secretary for her statement. She'll be aware that the riots which sought to exploit the Southport killings for a racist and Islamophobic agenda included one in Middlesbrough which saw homes, businesses and vehicles damaged in a predominantly Asian and Muslim area, where thugs created roadblocks that only allow white British drivers to pass. This racist violence caused real fear, resulting in the postponement of the Middlesbrough Mela, the premier celebration of multiculturalism in the North East. But now the community, which so magnificently cleaned up the mess, refuses to be cowed, so the Mela has a new date and will go ahead this coming weekend. So will the Home Secretary join me in welcoming the restoration of the Middlesbrough Mela and all Mela events held across the country as important demonstrations of our working class communities enjoying and celebrating our diversity?
I'm very glad to hear my honourable friend's description of the way in which communities come together to celebrate, and it's really distressing to hear the fear that was created and to have community events delayed in that way because of that fear. Can I also thank him because he has been a continued champion of his constituents throughout some of the violent disorder that we saw in Middlesbrough, and he and I have spoken about the things that happened, and I want to thank him for standing up for his constituents.
Tony Reid.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there's been much discussion about the role that social media played in fueling the violent disorder that we've seen on our streets, and many of the extremists were swiftly arrested and charged. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that those who spread pernicious and poisonous online lies should also share the responsibility for the disorder that we have seen? And does the Home Secretary agree with me that online thugs who deliberately stir up hatred and division should have been similarly punished? If not, what does the Home Secretary think can be done about this increasingly wicked online behaviour?
Well, my honourable friend is right. We've seen deliberate attempts to radicalise people or to promote extremism online, including on social media companies. We've seen content that is illegal not taken down. And we've also had, obviously, look, the incitement and encouraging serious violence and racial hatred has been a criminal offence offline in this country for very many years. But what is criminal offline is also criminal online, and people need to take responsibility for the crimes that they commit, and it's why we have taken this so seriously and why we're so clear the Online Safety Act needs to be implemented to make sure that the social media companies take some responsibility for criminal content online.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last month, Elon Musk fanned the flames of violent disorder. He personally amplified extremist accounts and even shamefully said that he believed our country was heading for civil war. 10 months previously, the leader of the Conservative Party invited Elon Musk to Downing Street, and in a stunt they even superimposed his new logo onto the front of Downing Street. Does my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, agree with me that there was a major error of judgment by the party opposite, and that Elon Musk has no interest in our democracy, only himself?
Well, I think there's an important point here, which is that the social media companies and their owners need to take some responsibility for the sort of criminal content that appears on their platforms, but also in the way that they operate, the way that their algorithms operate, the way that they can be used and manipulated by extremists as well. As for misjudgments by the party opposite, I think there are too many to list now.
And I thank the Home Secretary for that statement, and we're now just going to allow a few moments so the front benches can swap over. Which brings us to a statement on the infected blood compensation scheme from the Cabinet Office. Minister Nick Thomas-Symonds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think it is the first time I've spoken with you in the chair, so I should congratulate you, Madam Deputy Speaker, on your election. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to update the House on the Government's work on the infected blood compensation scheme following my letter to Mr Speaker during the recess period. The infected blood scandal is a shameful mark on the British state, and those who have been impacted have waited far too long to receive financial redress and true recognition of their suffering. The inquiry's report shed light on the trauma inflicted on thousands of people across the country. The voices of people who are infected and have been affected have gone unheard for far too long, and that has compounded the trauma. The devastating findings of the report bear repeating. Victims used as objects of unethical research. People misled about the treatments they needed and received. And there was, as Sir Brian Langstaff KC put it, a cover-up that was more subtle, more pervasive and more chilling than an orchestrated conspiracy to mislead. That is a shameful part of our state's recent history. Now, on July the 26th, I updated this House on the engagement exercise being undertaken by Sir Robert Francis, KC, interim chair of the new Infected Blood Compensation Authority, with the infected blood community on the compensation proposals that had been published on the 21st of May. And as I told the House, the Government was carefully considering Sir Robert's feedback with a view to publishing his report, and the Government's position on this in advance of the 24th of August, which was the statutory deadline imposed by the Victims and Prisoners Act to establish the infected blood compensation scheme in regulations. And I would like to assure the House that this Government upheld that commitment. And I'd also like to thank all the officials who worked in the Cabinet Office to ensure that that deadline was met. On the 16th of August, the Government published an update on the infected blood compensation scheme, Sir Robert Francis' report on his engagement exercise, and the Infected Blood Inquiry Response Expert Group's final report on gov.uk. I met, Madam Deputy Speaker, with some representatives of the community, health ministers from the devolved administrations, and made calls to parliamentarians on both sides of the House, so that prior to publication, they were informed of the Government's progress. I've come to the House today to provide the Government's update on the next steps, but I would like to acknowledge the work of Sir Robert Francis and of the expert group appointed by the Right Honourable Gentleman opposite at the start of the year for their valued contributions. It's the Government's intention to deliver a comprehensive compensation scheme at the earliest possible opportunity to provide justice and closure to the infected blood community that has historically been neglected and mistreated. And I would like to put on record my thanks to Sir Robert Francis. Through both his compensation framework study in 2022, which was taken into account in the inquiry, and his recent engagement exercise with key representatives of the community in June, he's contributed greatly to the development of the infected blood compensation scheme. He listened to the concerns of the community, and his most recent report took on board both these concerns and other feedback from a diverse group of representatives. Sir Robert made 74 recommendations to the Government, which covered a wide range of areas, including the future of the current infected blood compensation schemes, additional supplementary were accepted by the Government, and for the 5 that the Government are not accepting, it is because we believe that a different solution is more practical and better for the victims. The government heard the infected blood community's concerns about the 21st of May proposal to phase out the regular infected blood support scheme payments upon delivery of compensation payments. Now, I know this was causing great anxiety to those in receipt of and reliant upon these payments. The government has listened, and we have changed the compensation proposal accordingly. Regular support scheme payments for those registered before the 1st of April 2025 will continue for life as part of the compensation package. And support scheme payments are not the only thing to change. In the next set of regulations, we will enhance the total compensation package to introduce a supplementary additional autonomy award of £10,000 for those who are subject to unethical medical research as a specific acknowledgement of the impact on their personal freedom. This will be uplifted to £15,000 for those who as children were subjected to research at Trelawn's College, as recommended by Sir Robert Francis. But I want to make clear to the House that these payments will be on top of the comprehensive compensation package currently set out in the regulations that a person will receive. Another concern for the community from the 21st of May proposal was the Social Impact Award for affected individuals. Again, following feedback, we are increasing this award for individuals who are assumed to have lived in the same household as an infected person for 2 years or more. The scheme has been designed in line with the principles of the inquiry, having regard for speed of provision, simplicity of process, accessibility, involvement, proactive support, fairness and efficiency. And we recognise that this means that the scheme will not cover every circumstance in the way an individual assessment would. So in order to ensure that every applicant is justly compensated, we've introduced a health impact supplementary route for additional compensation. Sir Robert produced a wide-ranging report following the engagement exercise, and some of his recommendations relate specifically to the delivery of the scheme. And whilst the design of the scheme and ensuring the legal framework to deliver it is in place via new regulations is for the government to deliver, we remain committed to doing that. Of course, it's the case that the Infected Blood Compensation Authority will be administering the scheme. We welcome these recommendations and are confident that the authority, of which Sir Robert is the interim chair, will work tirelessly to operationalise and implement the compensation scheme as soon as possible, so money can be passed to victims at the earliest opportunity. I'd also like to thank the Infected Blood Inquiry Response Expert Group, who've informed the government's development of the Infected Blood Compensation Scheme. As Sir Robert recommended, we've published the expert group's final report, which provides more detail on the rationale for decisions taken on the scheme design. The expert report includes detailed descriptions of each of the heads of loss that makes up the total compensation package, the clinical markers used to determine severity bandings, and the formulae for the Care Award and Financial Loss Award. Now, as I've referenced, the Victims and Prisoners Act required the government to establish the Infected Blood Compensation Scheme by 24th of August. I'm pleased to confirm that on the 23rd of August, we laid the regulations that will give the Infected Blood Compensation Authority the powers necessary to pay compensation through the core route to the infected, both living and deceased. And this will allow individuals who are infected with HIV, hepatitis C or hepatitis B through the use of contaminated blood or blood products to receive the compensation they so wholly deserve. Personal representatives of those who've tragically passed away as a result of their infection will be able to apply for compensation on behalf of their loved ones. The government is clear that whilst laying regulations relating to infected individuals taking the core route is an essential step to deliver justice, the work is not finished. A second set of regulations will provide for other elements of the compensation scheme, including compensation to affected individuals and for claims under the supplementary route. We are committed to delivering this second set of regulations when parliamentary time allows to ensure that those applying under these routes can start receiving payments in 2025. And indeed, the government's plans on this second set of regulations is in the documents available on gov.uk. It's an important step to have the compensation scheme enshrined in law. But I know many people will want to know exactly when they can expect to receive their compensation. The Infected Blood Compensation Authority will deliver the compensation scheme, and I know the interim chief executive and his team are working hard to put the operational systems in place with the aim of beginning payments by the end of this year. This will involve user testing with members of the community who volunteered to help the Infected Blood Compensation Authority to ensure that it's designed to address the specific needs of applicants. Those who are registered with the Infected Blood Compensation Schemes will have their details shared with the Infected Blood Compensation Authority to deliver on the promise that the government will endeavour to make this process as user-friendly and free of distress as possible. Beneficiaries of the Infected Blood Compensation Schemes will be contacted in due course regarding the sharing of their data with the Infected Blood Compensation Authority. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to update the House today on this important work. The victims of the infected blood scandal have waited far too long for justice, and I am encouraged that we are now beginning to deliver this long-awaited compensation. And I do undertake to continue to update the House as this work progresses, and I commend this statement to the House.
Minister John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Paymaster General not only for his early sight of the statement today, but for his communication with me over the recess period, where he kindly updated me and gave me advance notice of his intention to make a statement to the House today. The Paymaster General rightly reminds the House of the gruesome nature of this part of our state's recent history with respect to infected blood scandal. He points to the fact that people were misled over treatments they needed and received, and all sides of the House will need to take ownership of the enormous delay in bringing justice to those who suffered so much over several decades. Now, I'm grateful for his update on the work that the previous government commissioned. After the Infected Blood Inquiry's final report was published on the 20th of May, we took swift action to establish the Infected Blood Compensation Authority on the 21st of May, where we also appointed Sir Robert Francis as interim chair of the authority and asked him to work with Sir Jonathan Montgomery as chair of the expert group to undertake an engagement exercise with the infected and affected communities. The Right Honourable Gentleman kindly updated the House on the 26th of July, where he confirmed he was considering the outputs of that engagement exercise. And those conversations were always intended to be a critical step in ensuring that the government, whichever government, delivered a final scheme that brought justice to the deserving victims and was seen by them to be so. And I welcome the government's determination to continue listening to the concerns of the infected and affected communities. Could the Paymaster General confirm whether thought has been given as to how representatives of the infected and affected communities will be embedded in organisational structures of the Compensation Authority? In my 18 meetings across the UK during May, it was very clear that their levels of trust in any government would likely remain low. Therefore, determining exactly how their voices will be heard into the future is critical. Now, in essence, this statement acknowledges that the government have met their obligation under the statutory deadline imposed by the Victims and Prisoners Act to lay regulations to enable the scheme to be operationalised by the 24th of August. I warmly welcome this. This statement makes clear that the government will accept 69 of the 74 recommendations of Sir Robert's June engagement exercise and offers a better practical solution for the 5 it does not accept. And reading them, that seems sensible too. But as he will know, and I recognise the pressure that he will feel, what all victims want to hear from him is when all the regulations will be laid, when claims will be processed, and when the deserved payments will be transferred into victims' bank accounts. And this statement does not offer anything specific in this regard, and I would welcome any further details on the timetable for the laying of further regulations pertaining to the infected community's core route for compensation delivery. As the Right Honourable Gentleman knows, these are communities who have suffered the most, and the urgency of their need for the final balancing payment remains acute. Today's statement does not give them clarity on the timetable they can expect. Now, it was my understanding that the Infected Blood Compensation Authority was aiming to make final balancing payments on the core route by the end of 2024. I think he committed to that. It would be good if he actually reconfirmed that in his response. If I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to move on now to the supplementary route outlined in the Right Honourable Gentleman's statement. This involves a commitment to provide a supplementary additional autonomy award of up to £15,000 to those subjected to unethical medical research. Further, a recommendation to increase the social impact award for affected individuals has also been accepted. We on this side of the House support these new developments, but I have a few questions about the implications for delivery. I would ask the Paymaster General to clarify the additional autonomy awards for unethical medical research, and especially for the nearly 100 haemophiliac children from Trelaws, who the government has now stated will be paid a higher £15,000 award. There have been reported comments from some in the Trelaws community who appear unhappy with these relatively modest supplementary amounts. I think it would be helpful if he reiterated and explained how unethical research can be both quantified, graded and added to the heads of loss that already took account of loss of autonomy and social impact. Further, it continues to trouble me that those who determined this research should take place in the first place appear unaccountable for those decisions. I recognise that's not his personal responsibility, but I do think we need to keep this in focus with respect to the broader response to Brian Langstaff's report. May I also ask when the estates of the infected who have died will be paid out? There are many thousands of individuals who have lost family, friends and loved ones who will be entitled under the terms of the scheme. What they now need to know is a realistic timeline for those payments to be made to them. Equally, when will the work to evaluate the affected community's individual entitlements begin, and what is the time frame for when payments will be made to those qualifying individuals? Finally, I would like to address the decision of the government to continue the existing payments of the infected blood support schemes beyond the final payment from the Infected Blood Compensation Authority. There is now surely a risk of administrative complexity whereby victims continue to interact with existing support schemes and the newly enabled authority. I urge him to consider the trade-offs between efficient, speedy delivery of final compensation packages with administrative overlaps and confusion arising amidst a very troubled and vulnerable group of distinct communities who can often disagree with each other. But can I conclude finally by thanking the Right Honourable Gentleman sincerely for his openness and clarity on what he's intending to do, but urge him to bring more specificity and timelines for different communities to this House as quickly as he's able. I note he acknowledges the victims have waited too long for justice, and I am encouraged that the government is beginning to deliver. But as he used to urge me, speed is of the essence, and granular timetables that some of his officials will be reticent for him to specifically commit to are what is now required if goodwill is to be generated from the combined efforts of all parties in this House in 2024.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman, not only for his work in government in seeking to deliver this compensation package, but also for the constructive tone he's just taken in responding to the statement. I'll try and deal with the issues that he raised. Firstly, he's right to raise the continuing importance of engagement with the infected and the affected, and I know that that is a priority for Sir Robert Francis going forward in how he conducts the business of the Infected Blood Compensation Authority. He asks me about some of the timelines. In respect of the estates of deceased infected persons, there will be a further interim payment of £100,000, and applications for that will be open from this October, from next month. I can confirm, as he asked me to, that the timetable for payments to the infected on the core route should start to be made by the end of this year. And in relation to the affected that he also asked me about, I would expect those payments to start to be made next year. He also asked about the payments for unethical medical research. And I should say to the House that, look, there is no amount of money that is ever going to make up for the horrors that we've seen as part of this scheme. But the recommendations made to us by Sir Robert Francis were in the sum of £10,000 for unethical medical research generally, and because of the very specific breach of trust in relation to Trelaws, it should be £15,000. Now, the government's accepted those figures, and they do serve in these amounts of compensation as a marker of those appalling unethical medical practices. But it should be pointed out that given the other heads of loss, that will form but a small part of the overall amount that I would expect to be paid out under this scheme. With respect to accountability, the Shadow Paymaster General will be only too aware that individual prosecutorial decisions are quite rightly independent decisions for the prosecuting authorities. But I can confirm that on the 9th of August I wrote to the National Police Chiefs Council, I think the Shadow Paymaster General had signed that letter, to make clear that the Cabinet Office and indeed the Government will cooperate fully and make any evidence that is within our control and possession available as appropriate, so decisions can be made about people being held to account. The final point that the Shadow Paymaster General makes with regard to complexity is a sound one, and I think one of the priorities is to ensure, and I know it's a priority for Sir Robert Francis, is to ensure that the Infected Blood Compensation Authority operates in a way that does give those who are making claims to it the most appropriate possible experience with appropriate support from caseworkers. I think it's absolutely essential that it does that going forward.
Hi, Bedford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate you on your new position. I'm grateful to the Minister for keeping in contact and keeping me informed of progress on this matter. I've got two constituents that are directly affected, one affected and one infected. My constituent whose husband died 30 years ago was a former Trelaws pupil, and she's recently received a payment which there's no written explanation as to what she's received. She doesn't know if it's for her, her son, for her husband, all three of them, and she doesn't know how it's going to be delivered, whether it's going to be through her husband's estate, is that going to plunge her back into probate. So there are still issues there that some of the affected people are experiencing. And for my other constituent is a former Trelaws pupil, and he is upset about the £15,000 payment and doesn't think it's anywhere near enough. And I think what this shows is those people who've been campaigning for 40 years want to be more involved in the decisions that are being made about them. And I hear what the Minister has said, but I certainly think we need to, they want to hear how they are going to be engaged so that they can make their voices heard about the issues. Whilst welcoming generally what has been proposed, they want to be able to influence things as they go forwards. And I'd like to hear from him how he thinks that can be achieved.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for his question. With regard to the first point that he makes with regard to his constituent who has received the payment but without any clear explanation with it, I think one of the things the government is committed to do is to try to make this whole process as clear as we possibly can. And if he wants to write to me with that particular case, I can ensure that the particular explanation, the correspondence there, is appropriately looked at. With regard to his second point, he is absolutely right that the voice of victims must continue to be heard, and I think that the consultation exercise, which took place during the period of the general election campaign, was hugely important. And I think it was important the government listened and made the substantial changes to the scheme that we have done on that basis. It's hugely important too that the voice of victims continues to be heard as the Infected Blood Compensation Scheme continues its work. I know that is a shared priority for Sir Robert Francis. But can I also say, in respect of the £15,000, we accepted that recommendation in full from Sir Robert Francis. It is a marker of the appalling unethical medical research, but as I indicated in my response to the Shadow Paymaster General, the overall awards, which appear under 5 different heads of loss, will of course be substantially larger, and that is a very small part of it.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Paymaster General for his statement today, for his update, and for confirmation that the establishment of the Infected Blood Compensation Scheme has been achieved in regulation on deadline. That's a significant step forward, which I think we should all recognise. Significant step forward for families who feel that they have waited far too long. Many of us have constituents. I do. I also have a constituent whose family were very close family friends, and we witnessed what they went through for 4 decades. And I think an important thing to bear in mind today is the trust that was broken with those families over what they went through, and that we need to continue to work to re-establish that. So I would ask the Paymaster General if he will continue to update this House, but if he also recognises that in setting out the timeline, phrases like when parliamentary time allows and in due course put doubt in people's minds. People have been let down too often before, and that they need more reassurance. So can he tell us more about the timeline? Can he reassure them? And can he reassure all of us that he will continue to come to this House regularly with updates when possible?
Yeah, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady again for the constructive tone of that contribution and her recognition of the importance of meeting that deadline, which I think was hugely important too. She's entirely right to raise the issue of trust, and I'm very conscious of that in all the work that I carry out in this area. She's also, I think, entirely correct. The Honourable Member is entirely right to raise the issue of timetabling, because it's hugely important to the victims. And I think that the 3 things I would say is, firstly, that there will be, to the estates of deceased infected people, the opening in next month, in October, for interim payments of £100,000. The final payments to infected people who go down the core route of this scheme will start by the end of the year, and payments to affected people will start next year. And the timetabling of appropriate regulations is done with that timetable in mind to ensure that we're getting those payments to people as quickly as possible.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his statement. But can he outline the categories of loss that victims can claim against the scheme, and how will this inform the size of the compensation award that they can claim?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and the report, and indeed sets out the 5 different areas of loss, from the injury to the social impact. It's called the Autonomy Award, but the real meaning, the effect on people's freedom and effect on their family life, but also care that people have received and financial loss as well. Those are the 5 major heads of loss under this scheme, and it's really, really important to reflect the really different ways in which people were affected. It's also important that to accept, as Sir Brian Langstaff set out, that a tariff-based scheme is crucial as well, and that is done too to try to make this process as simple as the government possibly can, but also to ensure that people do receive the justice they deserve.
Sir Julian Lewis.
The infected blood scandal is the health service equivalent of the Post Office Horizon disaster. with the added torture that it has gone on much longer. It took 40 years, over 40 years, before my constituent Leslie Hughes even discovered that the blood transfusion she'd been given in 1970 had given her hepatitis C, subsequently cirrhosis of the liver and liver cancer. So, although the end now appears in sight, I first raised her case in 2015. I didn't think that we'd still be waiting for a resolution 9 years later. I hope the finishing tape really is at last about to be breached.
I think the thoughts of the whole House would be with his constituent, and I know from my own service in this House in previous parliaments that the Right Honourable Gentleman has raised this issue on a number of occasions before. And I would say to him, and indeed to this House, look, there is no dispute that decades have passed when people should have achieved justice and they didn't. We had this scandal of infected blood and infected blood products in the 1970s, 1980s, but it was compounded by the failure since to recognise what had gone wrong and to try to make recompense for it. There is no doubt about that. The undertaking I give him is that the government will push this forward as quickly as we possibly can. I hope finally we will get to where he says, which is the position where actually the compensation has finally been paid to those who so richly deserve it.
Lee Pitcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I ask my right honourable friend, please, what progress is being made in establishing the Infected Blood Compensation Authority?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that question. Now that the regulations have been laid as I indicated, it is now operationalised. And I know that Sir Robert Francis will be moving as swiftly now as he can to be in a position to deliver that final compensation to the infected down the core route and start those payments by the end of the year.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Thank you very much. And I thank the Paymaster General for his statement today, which is testament to the long-fought campaign for victims, including my constituents Judith Thomas and Ruth Jenkins, whose husband and brother, Christopher Thomas, died in 1990. Now, the UK Government has announced that the Infected Blood Compensation Authority will work closely with the devolved administrations to deliver payments in Wales, and the statement today outlines meetings with the devolved health ministers. In May, the Welsh Senedd heard that the UK Government will be bearing the cost of this scheme in full. Will he therefore today reaffirm that commitment and also assure victims in Wales that they will not face any delays in compensation?
Yes, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for raising this, and just to reassure her that in advance of the action that I took in the summer, I spoke to the health ministers of the three devolved administrations in Wales, Scotland and indeed in Northern Ireland. I am very committed to working with the devolved administrations. I repeat the commitment that this will be funded by the UK Government. I'm also very happy to commit as well that whether you are in England, Scotland, Wales or Northern Ireland, there will not be undue delays.
Tracy Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For constituents like Justin Gordon-Smith in Edinburgh, North and Leith, which my honourable friend already be aware about, the resolution to this scandal can only be achieved when the governments work together, and I appreciate those reassurances. Can I ask my right honourable friend what action him and his colleagues have been taken to drive forward the results within the Scottish Government?
Yes, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and I entirely agree on the importance of the governments across the United Kingdom working together on this. And as I indicated in respect of the last answer to the Honourable Lady, it's a commitment that I very much repeat, and that is exactly the approach that I've taken in doing this work over the summer. I did speak to the Health Minister of the Scottish Government, but the Health Ministers in Wales and Northern Ireland in advance of taking this action as well.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I welcome the fact that the Minister has come to the House so quickly to give assurances he has given today. Though I do have to say that when I read through the statement and see quite frequently there's the phrase at the earliest opportunity and if the parliamentary timetable allows, those who are suspicious will still be suspicious that this is going to be dragged out. Could I ask just two questions on the details? He has indicated that those who are in regular payments will be able to keep the regular payments if that they so desire. But will that be on top of the compensation package, or will the compensation package be adjusted to allow for that and to take that into consideration? And secondly, for those who go down the health impact supplementary route for additional compensation, will that delay the payment, the compensation payment which they're entitled to, or will the comprehensive package be available to them and then this is added on after the additional information has been given?
So, with regard to the first point that he makes, what the government is saying is that you will be able to both have the continuation of the support schemes and a lump sum in compensation as well. If you look at the 5 heads of loss, there's the Injury Award, Social Impact Award and the Autonomy Award. There are then 2 other heads, which are the Care Award and the Financial Losses. Now, the continuation of the support schemes is only taken into account against part of 2 of those, which is the future care element and the future earnings element. So it is only taken into account with regard to those future heads of loss. The others stand alone, and that's one of the big changes the government's made to the scheme to allow these support schemes to continue. With regard to the health impact supplementary route, the regulations have set up the core route. That health impact special route has been set up because there will be particular circumstances where the health impact and condition isn't quite captured by the core tariffs that are in place under this scheme. So that's been put in place to make, if you like, the package more individualised. And again, I undertake to the House that will be done as swiftly as possible.
Holly Billington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My right honourable friend will appreciate that injustice is often compounded by a brutal, faceless and unnecessarily complicated bureaucracy, ostensibly established to right the wrongs. It quite often fails to do that. That's certainly the experience that I have heard from my constituents affected by this scandal. So what support will be available to victims of this huge injustice in getting their compensation, and will the Infected Blood Compensation Authority have dedicated caseworkers to help people navigate the process?
Yes, my old friend raises some valid points on behalf of her constituents, and yes, the Infected Blood Compensation Authority will have dedicated, trained caseworkers available, and their purpose is to make this process distress-free, to make the process as accessible as possible. I think that is hugely important for the work of the scheme.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome broadly what the Paymaster General has outlined today. Just got a couple of points to make, really. One is around those children and adults who are infected. That £10,000 and £15,000 does seem like a relatively small sum compared to that overall package, particularly given what they were subjected to. But secondly, and more broadly, the Minister's outlined the start dates of the process. Is there an end date that he can point to so we know when all of these financial compensation will be delivered to the victims of the infected blood scandal?
Well, with regard to the first point, the government has accepted the figures suggested by Sir Robert Francis in full. And I do re-emphasise again, because it is so important, these awards are a small part of the overall awards. And I would say to the honourable gentleman, as I'm sure he will, to look at the tariffs that are in place on the core route to see the kind of amounts of money that will be paid out. And whilst I'm not suggesting for a moment they can make up for what has happened, it does give a sense of how much 10 or 15,000 is in the totality of the award. He asks a bit more about completion. Clearly, it is for the Infected Blood Compensation Authority to work as speedily as it can, but I would expect, as I've said, with regards to payments, to start the infected core route final payments by the end of the year, and to start payments to the affected next year.
Kirsty Blackman.
Very much. Can the Minister reassure us that going forward that people who are representatives of those infected or affected in Scotland will be listened to, as well as representatives of the government, which is welcome in that regard? Also that all payments can be excluded as far as possible for income for benefits eligibility. And in relation to the administrative point that was made, that if people are not responding quickly enough in terms of the data protection query that they're going to be asked, because this is overwhelming and is a very big thing in order to deal with it. They will be given the support to deal with that, and they won't just be sent one letter, and if they don't get back to that letter, they'll be left and not receive the compensation. So they'll be given every encouragement and support to make those applications, particularly if they're finding it difficult to do so.
Yes, I mean, the Honourable Lady, I think, makes a very valid point. I think that point about encouragement, support, proactive communication, I think is hugely important, as is the clarity that she is speaking to. And yes, she's entirely right as well to raise the position of victims in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, and indeed in England. And whilst I'm sure she will appreciate it was crucial for me in terms of working with the devolved administrations to speak to the health ministers as I did, in Scotland, Wales and indeed Northern Ireland, she's entirely right to raise the voice of the victims as well.
Tim Farron.
Madam Deputy Speaker, at least 4 of my constituents still live with the consequences of this scandal. Amongst them, a resident of Kendal who lost her daughter due to infected blood products. She has since raised her grandson, who has of course grown up without his mother. The lack of urgency and clarity and commitment shown by a series of officials and governments over the last 30 years and more has robbed my constituents and everybody else's constituents of justice. And as a result, so many victims, as we know, have tragically lost their life before compensation has become available. Will he commit to ensuring that this year we will see compensation not just for those who are infected but for those who were affected by the devastating loss of loved ones? And in many cases, including the constituent I've referred to, their cases are deeply complex. Would he agree to personally look at the details that I will send him subsequent to this statement to ensure that my constituents are aware of what's available so they can get that support as soon as possible?
Thank you. And listen, the whole House, the thoughts of the whole House would be hit with his constituent on the unimaginable loss of her daughter. And I say to the Honourable gentleman, of course, if he wants to write to me, I'm more than happy to look at that. With regard to the compensation payments, as I say, the infected, I would expect the payments to start by the end of the year. For the affected, I'd expect them to start next year.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I put on record my thanks to the Paymaster General for a most positive statement and for the clear commitment to have the contaminated blood compensation paid. If I can say this very humbly and graciously to the Minister or to the Paymaster General, he has shown the compassion, I believe, and the understanding that the people out there want to hear, so that those words put forward by the Paymaster General are much appreciated by ourselves as elected representatives, but also by our constituents, so thank you for that. The Paymaster General will know my long held position on this issue. Indeed, we have stood in this side of the chamber in years past at all times on this very issue. So I know that the Paymaster General will be in absolute agreement that compensation must be prioritised. The Paymaster General has stated that, realistically speaking, when does the Paymaster General believe that the rollout will be completed? And will members have access to the route to compensation to help our constituents ensure that they can receive what they have needed for far too long from government? Not from the Paymaster specifically, but from the government before and the government now. Thank you so much.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for his kind remarks and, as ever, his constructive tone. And I think the point that he raises about how, as we go forward, members of Parliament are able to continue to raise concerns for their constituents once the Infected Blood Compensation Authority is fully up and running is very, very important. And I will certainly endeavour, and I'm holding a drop-in for members across the House tomorrow, and I will endeavour to continue to ensure that as much information is made available to members so they can continue to speak up for their constituents effectively.
Can I thank the Minister for that statement, particularly perhaps on all those who haven't spoken but have affected constituents. Which brings us now to the general debate on technology in public services. I call the Minister to move. Peter Kyle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's the first time I've had the privilege of speaking under your chairmanship, and I'm very grateful for it. I beg to move that this House has considered technology in public services, and can I start by welcoming the Honourable Member for Arundel and South Downs to his place, a job that I had myself and realised just what a privilege it is. Today I think we have 9 members seeking to catch your eye, Madam Deputy Speaker, to do their maiden speeches. Can I in advance offer them at this nervous moment my very best wishes. I look forward to hearing it, and as somebody who's about to perform their maiden speech as a Secretary of State, we are all in it together. Madam Deputy Speaker, my mum was scanned 3 times because of chest pain. 3 times in 18 months. Each time the scan came back clear. Not one of them detected the disease, lung cancer, that without warning would take her away from my family. Today, it takes an AI-powered scanner in Huddersfield Hospital just 7 seconds to detect the earliest signs of lung cancer. 7 seconds is all it takes to give somebody back decades with the people that they love. I firmly believe that, had my mother received that kind of care, she would still be alive today and would have celebrated her 80th birthday just this weekend gone. It is that belief in the power of technology to change our lives for the better that will guide this government's approach. It is all too easy to think of technology as such as AI as being impersonal, alienating or distant. But the first thing I think about is people. About the teachers in our schools who will deliver a personalised lesson to every pupil and help them fulfil their potential. About patients in our hospitals who can access life-saving drugs for diseases that until recently were untreatable. Technologies can change our everyday lives in ways that are both ordinary and extraordinary.
Will you give way on that point?
Of course I'll give way on that point.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State. He's your fine maiden speech from the start in front of the dispatch box. As a previous practicing doctor, one of the things that could really help is some of the AI that we see coming forward in terms of the back office side. Now, the previous government committed to a £3.4 billion NHS productivity plan. Is the government still committed towards taking that forward? Because that would have significant benefits for the staff and then patients following that investment.
For his intervention, and I welcome him to his place too. This government takes extremely seriously the role that AI and digital technologies has in productivity in all public services, and I hope as he hears my speech unfold he'll hear more detail about the scale of our ambition to do so. But just take one of the schemes that we will be unfolding, the Fit for the Future programme, £480 million committed to in our manifesto, that will be responsible for driving innovation through the NHS and adoption of the very latest scanning equipment, but also other equipment right across the NHS in England. So these are just some of the things that we are committed to, and I can assure him that this is an agenda that this government is wholly committed to. But nothing about change is inevitable. The future of technology is ours to shape. The opportunities it offers are ours to seize. My ministerial team and I want to see a future where technology enriches the life of every single citizen. A future with safety at its foundation. Because it is only when people are safe and feel safe that they can embrace the technology and the possibilities that it presents. Today, Britain's tech sector is showing us what that future might look like. But far too often, our public services are just simply stuck in the past. The contrast could not be clearer. Much of the century so far has been defined by the sheer speed of technological advancement. The digital revolution has transformed our lives in ways that would have been unimaginable just a couple of decades ago. Most of us can access our bank accounts anywhere at any time. Transferring money just takes seconds. Social media and video calls have given grandparents back precious time with their grandchildren, no matter how far away they may live. Young people live in a world where they can find thousands of jobs at the click of a mouse and work for a global brand without needing to leave the community they love living in. And yet, as innovation has accelerated, the state has fallen further behind. Our citizens still need to contend with up to 190 different accounts to access government services online. 190 accounts with 44 different sign-in methods, each one of them easy to lose or forget. It would be a pleasure to.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do apologise. Related to that point is cybersecurity, and this is obviously a positive debate for us to be having. There are so many benefits for us all to have. I couldn't remember 191 passcodes, so I struggle to remember my own logging in Parliament every day. But we have to underpin everything that we're talking about in terms of technology with cybersecurity, of course. And in Cheltenham, we have a 4,900 member strong community in Sinam. They're speaking for our industry, and of course we have GCHQ as well, where thousands of people work every day. They don't ask for our thanks, but they deserve it in bucket loads. The Secretary of State may be aware, I sent him a letter recently to talk about the Golden Valley development in Cheltenham, which will include the National Cyber Innovation Centre, and I wonder whether he might like to find out more about that by sending members of his team or himself to have a chat with me about it.
Thank you. I'm very grateful. I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the honourable gentleman, who I welcome to his place, did spend quite a bit of time on his intervention, but I realise in his constituency there is just simply so much to talk about. I pay tribute to the organisations he referenced, including GCHQ and SINAP. The work they do is often unthanked, but is absolutely essential to the security, well-being and economic welfare of our country. I certainly intend to visit as soon as I can, and it would be great to meet up with any of his representatives at any point in time. I'm sure my ministerial team would be willing to do so as well. Every one of those login, of course I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
First of all, thank the Minister for coming forward. Minister, one of the things that comes up all the time in my constituency is with those people who are elderly pensioners who have great difficulties with online commitment. They don't understand it, not because they're silly or anything, just because it's too technical for them. So would the Minister be able to assure me that when it comes to the looking and ensuring that pensioners are looked after, that there will be nothing that will disadvantage them in any way to getting their monies? Thank you.
I'm grateful for his intervention, the first on me in this Parliament, and I doubt it will be the last. But I'm grateful for it. I'm going to come to digital exclusion a bit later in the speech, and I hope that answers his question. If not, I'm very happy to return to it. And on the issue of cybersecurity, I'll be returning to as well. But I do hope the honourable gentleman from Cheltenham does learn his parliamentary sign-in code as quickly as possible. I think that would be a good start to a secure and safe parliamentary career. Because I do realise that every one of these login details is easy to forget. Engaging with the state has become a bureaucratic burden on working people, a burden that they can scarcely afford. Unbelievably, UK adults spend 3 billion hours each year dealing with government-related admin. I'll give way in just 1 second. For the average citizen, that is 1.5 working weeks every single year. It's less time to spend with their kids when they get home after a long day's work, less time to get outside or see the friends to stay healthy and be happy. Put simply, it is less time to do the things that they like and be with the people that they love. I give way to the honourable lady.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and can I just commend him on his excellent speech that he's making at the first time from the dispatch box, and the very moving way that he said it, and my condolences about his mum as well. My right honourable friend will be aware that during the pandemic, the inequity was exposed around the use of oximeters, the little gadgets that they use to look at the oxygen in your blood, and the racial bias that was exposed during that, and the evidence review that was commissioned by the former Health Secretary revealed that this is quite widespread. It also revealed that algorithms used in artificial intelligence, for example in social security, also have the potential of an inequity as well. How will we ensure that all the benefits that Right Honourable Friend is correctly saying that there are, how will we make sure that there is also the protection around equity?
I'm extremely grateful for my honourable friend's intervention. She makes an incredibly important point, and I hope that she sees that one of the themes of the speech that I'm making is indeed tackling inequality, inequity, but also outlining the fact that I believe this issue is one of the progressive causes of our time. Because if we're not careful and we don't shape this agenda in the right way, with progressive values baked in and safety baked in from the start of everything we do on this agenda, we firstly won't have the trust of the public, but also every citizen will not benefit in the way that they should. These are issues when it comes to the life sciences aspects of this agenda that she references. The Health Secretary and myself are joined at the hip on this issue. We co-developed the Life Sciences Action Plan, which we are currently jointly rolling out together. He and I both chair some of the work relating to the Life Sciences Action Plan, and we will make sure, the two of us, working for a government and a Prime Minister that cares so much about the inequities that currently exist in society and tackling them, that these issues will be central to the agenda as it unfolds. Every day, people in Britain are confronted with a glaring technology gap between the private sector and public services, a gap that has become just impossible to ignore, between the personalised and paper shuffling, the efficient and the inconvenient, the time-saving and the time-wasting. The gap isn't just a policy problem to solve, it is one of the great progressive causes of our time. The previous government promised us a small state, but after 14 years, all they did was give us a slow one. A state that takes away time from those with too few hours to give. The parents on low income who are already missing out on their time with their families because they're working overtime just to make ends meet. The people at the margins of our digital world or excluded from it altogether. By closing the technology gap, we will restore every citizen's belief that the state can work for them. When the previous government set up DCIT, they recognised the transformative power of technology. They were right to do so. But if we want to lay the foundations for a decade of national renewal, then we must be much bolder. We need to rewire Whitehall, because technology is much more than just another sector to support or a strategic advantage to secure. It is the foundation for every one of our national missions. From kickstarting economic growth and making Britain a clean energy superpower, to breaking down barriers to opportunity and building an NHS that is fit for the future. Our task, then, is fundamentally different, and our approach must be too. That is why we have made DCIT the digital centre for government. By bringing together digital data and technology experts from across government under one roof, my department will drive forward the transformation of the state. That transformation won't just save people time, it will save taxpayers money too. This government is under no illusions about the scale of the challenge that we face. I would happily give way.
Could you just explain what that means in reality then for the Cabinet Office and the role that DCIT now has in terms of who has the organisation and control over what goes on in Whitehall and his department?
Yeah, I'm very grateful for the question. The delivery functions of digital transformation have moved from the Cabinet Office and other departments into DCIT. Governance of such services remains shared between us, including a powerful role for the Treasury oversight as well. We want to harness the best of government, and we must do so by working together collaboratively. That is the missions-led approach that the Prime Minister has championed, and that is a belief I have absolutely baked through DCIT and the way that we work. I recognise that the challenges that we are seeking to solve with the powerful digital centre of government can only work if we work and provide a resource that other governments aspire to draw down on and work collaboratively to. That is the target we've set ourselves and we're setting about trying to achieve. But as I said, the government is not under no illusions about the scale of the challenge that we face. We promise to mend Britain's broken public services, Now we must do so with the worst set of economic circumstances since the Second World War. With taxes at a 70-year high and £22 billion black hole in public finances, we cannot afford to duck the difficult decisions. The solution is not unchecked spending. It is long-term, sustainable economic growth delivered in strategic partnership with business.
Would my right honourable friend give way?
Of course, I'll give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way in the excellent speech he is making. And women businesses could add £200 billion to the economy if they were invested in at the same rate as men in business. The female founders community is in uproar since it was announced that Innovate UK was only going to award half of the 75k grants in its Women in Innovation Fund, even though almost 1,500 women applied for it. Innovate UK has since reversed that decision, but would the Secretary of State meet with the community to understand their experiences, find out what went wrong, and ensure that Innovate UK better supports the government's growth mission by better supporting female founders?
I'm extremely grateful for that intervention by my honourable friend. She makes an incredibly important point. Firstly, on the broad themes of underrepresented communities in the tech sector. This is multifaceted. This is not just about some people being excluded from the products that are emerging from the tech sector. It's also about access to the great jobs that are being created in the tech sector itself. It is clear that there is regional imbalance in this, there is socioeconomic imbalance in this, and there are other equality issues as well. Look, I remember very well in the 1990s trying to get into university and being very well, a system back then diverting people like me away from it. I had to apply 4 times and go back to secondary school at the age of 25 to get into university. And now I see a tech sector that's not dissimilar in the way that sometimes it diverts people away from it from certain backgrounds or fails to attract those people with great potential into the sector itself. We need to do better than that. So we need to lead from government. So when I saw Innovate UK's decision, I was unsettled by it, but very pleased they came out so rapidly, not only reversing the decision and going back to the full 50 grants, but also issuing a forthright apology for the mistake that led to that problem happening in the first place. These issues shouldn't emerge. I know that Innovate UK will learn those lessons, but we need to make sure that government is at the forefront of delivering not just support for the sector, creating the jobs and technology of the future, but making sure that it does so in a way which is equitable. So I'm very grateful for her giving me the opportunity to put that on the record. And yes, of course, I look forward to meeting with the community that she mentioned. An emissions-led approach to reforming our public services will harness the power of technology to make them more productive. Take artificial intelligence. It's not just doctors and teachers who are using AI to change the lives of the public that they serve. In Greater Manchester, citizens' advice centres are using Caddy, an AI-powered co-pilot tool developed with my officials to help staff and volunteers provide more helpful advice to the people that need it. And digital experts in my department are thinking about how we can use AI to connect clean energy projects to the grid more quickly. Stories like these are just the starting point, but they remain all too rare. Why should any citizen be denied cutting-edge healthcare, clean energy, or a world-class education? Why should a vulnerable person struggling with eviction or debt struggle to get the help that they need? Adopting AI across health, education, and policing could boost the productivity by almost £20 billion a year, £24 billion a year. If we fail to do so, the benefits of AI could become the preserve of the privileged few. The urgency of our task demands decisive action, because people shouldn't have to wait for better public services. They rightly expect that we will fix the public finances fast. That is why we will publish the AI Action Plan led by Matt Clifford. The Action Plan will work out how we can make the very best use of AI to grow the economy and deliver the government's national missions. Then we will set up the AI Opportunities Unit to help make the Action Plan's recommendations a reality. My department will transform public services for the people who use them by working with departments across Whitehall to pioneer safe, new and innovative applications for AI. Every one of those applications will depend on 2 things: digital infrastructure and data. These will be the driving force behind Britain's digital transformation, behind better hospitals and schools, behind safer streets, behind transport that works for working people. It'd be a pleasure to give way to the honourable gentleman.
The Secretary of State to his position. And what he's talking about, transforming public sector, I think, across the House, I think we can all get on board with. I just wonder if in any of the negotiations, pay negotiations, either